Just as a brief introduction, this is an amalgamation list of all of my standalone, local co-op and split screen reviews. It goes back 3 years and actually comes up to present day, so some of these earlier games and the references will be of the time, so apologies, but enjoy. Amina split screener, how funny is that? It's actually not that funny, Coop. Anyway, Modern Warfare has got some good and bad stuff with its split screen edition. This is important. One of the bad things is huge, like majorly huge, like purchase decisioningly huge. So watch the video, you'll find out more about it. Now with split screen and couch co-op and the Modern Warfare games, all the Call of Duty games, they always come through with a guaranteed split screen mode. Recently we've seen a change and the 4 split screen modes have been removed. This is still the case, unfortunately, and we're looking at 3 standard chunks of game here. The single player campaign, which cannot be played in split screen, the multiplayer, which has a wealth of modes in it, and this very interesting co-op section, which is the Modern Warfare zombie equivalent. Let's touch on the good stuff first, and what I want to point out straight away is the performance of the game. We've had Borderlands 3.
You guys are worth it.
And we've had some issues with split screen, and what I did was I thought I'd get the same map and actually run full screen gameplay along the split screen gameplay, so you can see that there is no real major differences. There's a slight frame rate drop, but there's no real major graphical distances, so we're not looking at bad detail on draw distance or low textures or just a laggy performance. The damn game works spectacularly well on split screen. It's absolutely flawless, to be quite truthful, and I think that's probably a product of the developers really utilizing the system CPU to the maximum. It's just a really slick job. I cannot fault how well this game performs when the screen is split.
Copy, Jaguar 30.
Things are getting a bit better, where things are busier, the maps are bigger, the activity is more frequent.
We're losing control.
I'm still thinking, where's the rest of my Call of Duty? Where is all these amazingly huge maps? Where are all the vehicles? Where's all this stuff that they've been advertising, you know, for ages, that they're bolting onto the game to make it a standout title from their previous games, especially this co-op stuff, especially all these cool operations, spec ops, missions, etc. I have not got access to any of it at the moment. I do like the weapon mapping and designing and the fact that you can have a proper perv over your weapon. You can even hold down square and go to like a gun porn mode where it does these funny little shots of, you know, little side profile shots of your gun. I'm not too sure I'll indulge in that too much, but I can certainly see what sort of individual that would appeal to.
My goodness, we need a submachine gun immediately.
It also has an incredible amount of bolt-on, bolt-off stuff. Call of Duty's always do. I'm not going to sing and dance about that too much, but I like the UI system. It's cool, it's slick. It's obviously had a really close look at making everything user-friendly and just putting everything in the right place, and intuitive leveling up systems with each gun, also alongside leveling up your actual character with perks and kill streaks. The depth is huge. I loved that. It was refreshing to see something like that. It's been a while since I've actually had the chance to play a Modern Warfare game, because I normally am a zombies man, so I normally would only stick with Treyarch stuff, but so it's been a while since I've dipped into the Modern Warfare series, and this was a really pleasant surprise to see this huge amount of customization and just amazing rendering on every single gun. Is extremely well looked after. So then we got to Hardpoint. This is where things thankfully redeemed themselves slightly.
Hardpoint. Capture and defend the hard point. When it moves, you follow. Multiple. We have.
It's finally 12 on 12. It's finally a huge map. We've finally got some objectives. Me and my mate can actually concentrate on getting something done. You know, we're not just wandering around in a random team deathmatch. Incidentally, with split screen, obviously it doesn't let you access the free-for-all mode because you could cheat and look at your mate or just join forces. But it forgets that in the gunslinger mode, which is actually a free-for-all mode. And also, playing this game split screen and being able to have a buddy who your screen you can see is almost like having a pair of eyes and ears somewhere else on the battlefield. It was mental. Oh, we were looking at each other's screens and working out how to support each other, judging on where the enemies were coming in from. It was like being in two places at once, you know. You had a central terminal or a singular TV to view the battlefield from different perspectives. It was quite cool. This is pretty cool. Yes. As you may have guessed, I'm the top screen. Ended up having a really good time, but it was at our detriment because we had to go through all of the game modes and work out what we did and didn't have access to as split screeners, and that's awful. That shouldn't be the case. I shouldn't be the one who has to proactively search through every single goddamn game mode to find out which one me and my mate can play. This is a sign of the times. This is basically the start of the end of split screen in AAA games, I think, and it's so great that we have Infinity Ward still looking after us. Fair enough, not on 4-player, but this is a blinding split screen game. My god, if they can add that damned co-op spec op stuff. Xbox Game Studios, yeah, they've kept it on there even though it's on the PlayStation 4. That's crazy, but yeah, Double 11 are behind this, and I wonder if well, Sega used to make consoles, didn't they? Ooh, but can we get back to the matter in hand, and that is a co-op review of the new Minecraft Dungeons game. You couldn't really have avoided this. It's got really pushed on the PR front. We had a look at it ages and ages ago for the first time at an Xbox conference, I seem to remember, last year. So it's been buzzing around, knocking around for ages. I thought it was going to be an exclusive, but it's not. Well, hey, it's on the PlayStation 4, and spoiler, I'm very, very pleased with it. As you know, I am really obsessed with ARPGs. Not at the moment, but have been, and have put out lists on loads of them, and a good co-op ARPG nowadays is actually one of the best sort of couch co-op experiences you can have. So that's why I'm very interested in this. And yeah, let's have a look at it. Let's pick it apart. Let's see how it performs with two people, what it changes when someone else comes in. Everything is here that you'd expect from a normal ARPG. That doesn't really pull any punches on that front. The other stick controls a roll of void, which can be put in by a button prompt. And I'm very happy with the way it looks and feels and sounds. All of the enemies are lifted straight out of the Minecraft universe, obviously, which isn't something I'm very familiar with, but I do recognise a lot of these silhouettes and noises. And I think that's one of the hooks with this game, is that anybody who's familiar with the franchise or into the franchise will probably be straight away up for this. But it is actually quite a hardcore ARPG. I'm really pleased with that aspect of it as well. I thought it would be a gimmick. I thought it would be the Minecraft label slapped onto something that was a bit shit. That is not the case. It really caters for the loot whore ARPG fan. Like really, like down to the color coding, down to cool little different weapon types, even changing your sort of fighting stance when you flip stuff out. There's quick weapons, there's big swingers. It's pretty fantastic with that, and the outfits are amazing as well, and they all come with their own perk sets, and they all come with a rarity on them, so, and they're dropped in their entirety. So swapping all that stuff in and out, classic Diablo stuff, is really well recognised here, and it's brilliant because of it's so colourful and it's so cool to find like a pixelated new bow and stuff. That part of it I'm really loving. So what changes with this game when someone else is sitting next to you playing local co-op? Absolutely nothing. Wow, they've done a flawless job with integrating two games or two players games seamlessly together. You do have to have a profile, doesn't need to be online, but you do need a profile because there is that action role-playing element to a lot of the stats and stuff. It's very wants you to be online. When you start a mission, it actually defaults to online mode. You have to change it to single player. And I've not played this game online, only single player and only couch co-op. Now look at this weapon stuff. I want to talk about this in a bit more detail. So the R2 is your classic range attack. Look at the animations on the drawback and the little noises, and a lot of the weapons also have vastly different firing capabilities, and the same goes for your main weapon. I've got a scythe on that's got a bleed effect with poison, and then there's like a lance here, a lot slower, bigger damage numbers, etc. I actually figured that out and go over to the dummy to actually show you all. So it is really detailed, and it really is a very deep ARPG that's just skinned as a Minecraft game. So anybody who's into the genre needs to be paying attention here. And this is also my pitch on it, right? If you've got kids that won't touch anything that is not Minecraft related, and it is just doing your head in, and you want to explore some more gaming scenarios with them, and you like ARPGs, it's quite a it's quite a detailed brief, but some of you know what I'm talking about. They'll get into this and you can have a good time with it because it's got depth, and they'll understand and make a connection with the visuals and sounds, but at the same time you won't be bored shitless because this is a really deep ARPG. Did you see the enchantment system? So every time you level up or if you break a weapon down, you get to spend an enchantment, and some weapons have really rare abilities when the enchantment's unlocked. Are you with me? They'll have a sort of perk or trait that's really cool. And you can combine a lot of the hotkeys with the bows, etc., to give you a flame perk. It's very clever. It's got this pick and mix thing going on with a lot of the perks, the hotkeys, and the weapon enchantments. So I'm extremely happy with it, and it lands me in a bit of a dilemma because my favourite ARPG on the PlayStation 4 currently is Children of Morta. And Children of Morta is a game that costs a hell of a lot less to produce than this, and has got a smaller team on it, and it's really an indie retro sort of title. But there's not much in it. That's testament to the quality of Children of Morta in regards to what it's competing with. This is a full-blown, it's 24 quid this. But there's a full-blown team behind the production of this. I'm pretty sure anyway. But it shows, man. And that's where you're going to get the good stuff, is in the visuals, in the slickness of the UI, in the depth of it all, and all the different hard modes and integrated modes that allow you to do the levels in. What I mean by that is you actually do runs on the levels, and you have 3 lives to share. So interestingly enough, it is a bit roguey because you will start at the beginning if you use up all of those lives. Now, one of the strange things is that the bosses at the end, which I haven't shown any of because they're really cool and they're a bit spoilery to be fair, but I can guarantee you they're hilarious. They also soak up damage and keep it even if you've died on one of your 3 lives. So what will always happen is you'll get to the boss and you'll end up spending all 3 lives on the boss, and I feel that's cheating a little bit because when you come back the boss has still got, you know, the health knocked off it that you managed, and you just sort of do this thing where you get a load of damage and then die and then come back with you. But then again, that's, you know, if the level was hard enough, you may not have those lives to rely on. What I'm saying is it's quite a cool system, but you end up spending all your lives at the end on the tough boss. And it does get tough. This game pushes back, and it pushes back perfectly at a perfect gradient. I'm into the one player, obviously, and I've got some really mad end game stuff going on. I'm actually a bit annoyed that I'm running out of content already on it. There's probably 7 worlds. All can be done on a sliding difficulty level to give you more rewards on the loots and stuff. Is it doing anything wrong? No. It's stepping in every footstep that its predecessors have done to become good action role-playing games like this. That's its flaw, is that it doesn't take any risks at all. It really does adhere to all of the good stuff that previous titles of this nature have existed to, which is a good thing. It's not going to change any lives or the way people look at the genre, and it's very welcome, but it's just handy to have the Minecraft franchise push one of these games out because it opens the doors to a lot of people who may not be familiar with the franchise. This is brilliant. You can throw the TNT down. The player with me couldn't find that button. The whole thing just ended in tears. It's funny. You'll find yourself having a really good time. So that's really good news for us couch co-opers. We've got 2 of the biggest gaming franchises nodding to us, with Fortnite having a split screen mode, and now with Minecraft having a really cool sister game that's a great couch co-op ARPG. So I'm very happy. I'm also very happy with the difficulty of the game. I really thought it was going to be a patronising child's game, but this is a fully fledged, very detailed, extremely difficult, actually quite frightening in some places. Would you believe that? I failed to capture it, but one of the levels has got Slender Man in it. and it all goes dark, and there's like a strange music, and he disappears and jumps up on you and stuff. I'm just thinking, yeah, don't show it to a 5-year-old, but certainly introduce it to any siblings or friends or family members that really enjoy the Minecraft series and want to see that cool art and characters explored in a beautiful, beautiful little game. Where would I have put it on my best ARPG list? Would it have beaten Children of Mortar? Only time will tell. At the moment, it's neck and neck, but for different reasons. I like the production of this game, and I'm enjoying its high level of slickness with just everything. It's beautiful, it works, and it doesn't drop frames. It's just stunning. I'm going to get to endgame. I'm going to see what they introduce down the line in regards to DLC. And by the way, Marco, it is physical, and not a single microtransaction has been pushed my way. I really thought that they would put in some loot/credit system. Nothing. And think about the target audience as well. So they've done well there to hold back on that one. Hello, I am CouchCube and welcome to my review of The Ascent from Neon Giant. It's a local couch co-op game up to 4 players. Absolutely amazing news. And get this game is worth the cost of Gamepass alone. Man, Xbox are completely rocking it at the moment. I'm going to tell you a really quick, boring story about Sony. This video was supposed to be called The Ascent versus Ruiner versus Alienation, right? And I've gone to my old PlayStation games to fire up Alienation, and I've had an issue with moving countries and my PlayStation Network region being adjusted on payment. Basically, you can't do it. Massive warning out there to everybody, and this goes for my YouTube channel as well. If you move countries, you cannot adjust your payments and you cannot adjust your AdSense account. I found all that out the hard way in these last couple of weeks. So anyway, I can't get to my Alienation game in my PlayStation account because I'm not got PlayStation Plus, and that game was downloaded during a free game month years and years ago. How awful is that? So I go to play it and it's like, no, you have to have access to the service. I do have a UK PlayStation Network account that I can access things into, but again, it's locked it and said, no, you're going to have to give us 20 quid to play Alienation, a game that I reviewed 3 years ago and is possibly the best couch co-op sci-fi twin stick shooter on the market. I can't hold it up against this. Thankfully, Ruiner is still intact because that's over on Steam, and I wanted to include footage of it in this video. I've watched countless Ascent reviews from loads of the big name reviewers and loads of the big name sites. Not a single one have touched on the couch co-op and whether or not it works, or mentioned any other games in the cyberpunk twin stick shooter genre, which funnily enough has Ruiner dominating it. And it's amazing, this game. Strictly one player, totally recommended to go to first. Let's talk about this game's quality. I pitched this the other day to a mate as Helldivers meets Destiny. And what I mean by the latter game being included in that comparison is a very detailed loot system. Really cool weapon variation. You're talking shotguns, snipers, different types of machine gun, and a wealth of amazing enemies to fight that have got a really cool insect meets mechanical aesthetic. Absolutely love it, and I really love the bestiary as well, so you can get a good look at everything. But let's get a good look at this ray tracing, these frame rates, and this combat in the single player quickly. This is all PC footage. I first ran this game on my monitor that only goes to 1080 but does have a plus 60 frames per second capability, up to 75 on it. Now, when I first ran this game on certain settings, it had a nightmare, and whenever any environment asset or new enemy came on screen and acted out some sort of scripted effect, it would massively chuck. But once that was out of the way, it kind of never happened again. Now you see this a lot on some PC games where just the first time it does everything, it stutters a little bit. But I tweaked this around. I ended up putting it over on my normal TV, which is 4K, and adjusting it to 2K and putting it down from ultra onto high settings. And I didn't see too much of a dive in some of the detail, and especially the persistent ragdoll physics and the rubbish on screen, i.e. the debris around. Just looks incredible on high as well. I'm so impressed with this game graphically. It just took a bit of time to find that sweet spot. The ray tracing and reflections are incredible. I do love the cyberpunk neon city scenes that act as the hub. There's loads of two-tiered glass happening with different parallaxes and images going on underneath the whole city. It's very intricate. But Coop, you've done it to us again. We're at 4 minutes. Let's actually look at some couch co-op footage. It was actually a nervous moment for me. I've only had this with one other game that I enjoy so much in the single player that bringing someone else on board on a local co-op level could spell disaster, because the game may not run very well, a lot of the menus might be fiddly, maybe there's a problem with the loot system. Everything is just fine, my god. And it does a great thing that Borderlands does with pitching the enemies mid-tier between how high ranked you are. You're going to need 2 characters on your profile if you're going to play this game couch co-op. You're going to have to run 2 at the same time, because you can't just incept one when the other person comes and sits down. It just glitches it. It's very strange. You need someone to have got a profile off the ground, and then you can both join each other's games. But that will result in one profile being a bit lower ranked. But it didn't seem to be a problem. It really worked that middle ground. I felt a little bit OP as the higher ranked player, but we still communicated loads. We still used the environment. I'm going to get into its 2-button cover mechanic in a second. That really does change things. Over on the circle button, or the B button, or the red button, you can crouch, toggle on and off, and that means that all of the environment is kind of only one height and you can get behind most of it. Now here's the genius: when you're in that crouched mode, you hold down L2 and then R2 to fire your gun, meaning there's 2 levels of bullet height, normal and above cover. So if someone's running to you whilst you're in cover, you can Gears of War style fire over it, then roll out and deliver a normal bit of punishment without using that L2. It feels very natural. It's a great thing to have, and it just gives you that extra piece of depth that you often crave with twin sticks. And of course it's coupled with this genius loot system. And look at the enemies. This game does currently appear to be tied in with Xbox and PC and Microsoft. There are no rumours or mentions of any PlayStation 4 release. I'd love to see this on Switch. It's so good on its graphics and having that added bit of depth with that cover system, and having a very modern loot system, RPG, shops, upgrading sections of armor. I'd be extremely surprised if a Switch could run this, but then again, I said that about Doom Eternal, and there's something about the feeling of this game, it's almost sort of retro modern. It would feel so great on a handheld. Now it's not all plain sailing. The game refuses to close itself down properly. We had a freeze during our co-op session. It does get itself in a bit of a twist a lot of the time. But, you know, hard resetting or just exiting the game and coming back in is a thing. I will take that on the chin to have such beautiful gameplay. Check this mech boss out. Look at the smoke when he stamps his feet. It is an incredible piece of work, this. But again, this is the first time I've encountered him. You're going to see a delay on every single one of these moves that we haven't seen before. I fought him a couple of hours later on a main quest. He was as smooth as butter. So I just think it's teething stuff. There will be a huge patch drop in for this. But this is the most incredible twin stick couch co-op shooter on the market now. I'm absolutely devastated that it's not on the PlayStation 4. It is a hell of a lot better than Alienation because of its modern tweaks and look. It smashes Nex Machina because of its RPG depth and flawless integration with the characters and where they're up to with their development. They just need to get on top of some of these whacking great bugs. Okay, now let me break this down. This is obviously a plug for their new game that's coming out at some point mid-year, I think. So this is basically that Tiny Tina DLC that we saw come out on the PlayStation 4 on Borderlands 2. It's actually one of the best bits of DLC from Borderlands 2. There was 3 bits, and this one was one of the best. Now, first thing we need to do is check out what the hell they've done with the default controller. Look, You've got the fire buttons all mixed up. It's not your traditional Borderlands system. That is kind of just the start of quite a few things you need to be doing to get the most out of your couch co-op experience with this particular game. Now, this is available free on the PlayStation Network under the PlayStation 4 section. So if you own a 5, you can still download the free PlayStation 4 game with your subscription. This is very interesting because this comes with no PlayStation 5 enhancement, which is obvious because we're accessing this content through what the system thinks is the PlayStation 4, but it's really good that it runs on a 5. So just so we're clear on this is not Tiny Tina's Wonderlands or anything to do with it. It is just the Assault on Dragon's Keep DLC that came out on Borderlands 2 for the PlayStation 4. It's standalone, don't need the base game, and it retails at about 8 quid, 9 quid is what I saw the cost of it would be without the PlayStation access. Once you've gone into the options and got that vertical split sorted out, if they're in a vertical split, I am likely to lose my shit, as I say, and it was there, thank God. But we did not see any performance / fidelity options, which you got to see on the Pro. I'm so sure that Borderlands 2 on the PlayStation 4 Pro had that option, but there are no performance toggles. I'm pretty sure it's a PEG 30. I'm 100% sure that it's a PEG 60 when the screen isn't split, because when I upload this video, I look at the properties and the size of this thing means that it's not a straight 1080 either. There may be some super sampling or scaling in it, and of course a variable frame rate which adjusts when things get busier. But it's smooth, it's good, it's blatantly an older game, and it's blatantly a PlayStation 4 game, but it's really great for us PlayStation 5 owners to have access to this because that DLC came out a very, very long time ago, thinking about it. If you own a base level PlayStation 4 or PlayStation Pro or PlayStation 5 and don't have Borderlands 2 in your library, you might have got into Borderlands 3, which is totally understandable. This is a free option now to go and really delve into some of the coolest stuff that was in Borderlands 2. The writing on this Tiny Tina campaign is impeccable, and the comedy is sky high. The characters, there's a unicorn that shits out rare weapons, and there's some villains in it that will make you laugh out loud. Some of that writing team or some of the cool guys that were around for Borderlands 1 and 2 weren't present for a lot of the content that was produced for Borderlands 3, and this is kind of the sort of golden era for Gearbox and Randy. They kind of couldn't do anything wrong back then. It was a very different time, let's say. Word of warning, this campaign has a very fiddly intro and quite a lot of stipulations and mini quests and side quests to actually get to the meat, the cool bit, which of course is entering the dark forest and making friends with some of the crazy NPCs that are in the castles. There's a big dragon in it. You go on a rescue mission at one point. It's a very diverse and cool story that gives a lot of angles and nods, right, to loads of other video games, board games, D&D. The geekery is sky high with the dialogue and content of this campaign. I just want to talk about the whole Borderlands hierarchy because we had the original Borderlands 1 remastered and pumped out about a year ago, I think, and of course we have Borderlands 3, not too much great DLC with that, but when it comes to Borderlands 2 and looking back on the whole series and how big it was over a period of time against all of that DLC that they sort of released systematically, it was paid for, but it was huge and there was a lot to do in there. I really miss those years and I hope Gearbox get back to giving us that really rich content. I'm just showing you that you can leave any point in the game without disrupting player one's progress. That's really handy. A lot of games won't allow the second player to come in at any given time. With this, it is anywhere, but you of course will see an increase in enemy damage, output, all that scaling exists. And it will be 4-player. Of course it will be local co-op 4-player, and of course we're still in February, so I still get the chance to test that.
Why choose an honorable weapon when you could buy a gun?
What I'm trying to say here is not only is this one of the best pieces of DLC to ever come out of the whole Borderlands series, it's free for the month of February, it's full-on couch co-op up to 4-player, and you don't need the base game to playlist. This is heaven, really, for anybody who's not got experience with any of these games. And of course it's online, so you can all get in and enjoy it at no extra cost.
Blam! Girl looks like she got a problem.
Looter shooters as a genre have also gone through a large amount of change since this game came out, thinking about things like Outriders and Anthem as well, which was also billed as a supposed looter shooter. We may have peaked with this area. The writing, the comedy and the characters seems so strong, and it's just not the case with a lot of the new material, especially with the people that we're looking at in this canon. They just seem rolled out to be familiar and not have enough depth written behind them when it comes to their side quests or their little campaigns. With this, everything is so rich, even just starting up and burning down those balloons and going to the tavern for the first time, and the funny little nuances with Tina forgetting to put in certain character models, or even just changing the plot on the fly. It's a very clever idea. You get that when you enter the Black Forest, is it all looks tranquil and amazing, and then Tina just pipes up and changes it into a living nightmare. That's the sort of stuff I enjoy. I suppose I should talk about the game itself. For anybody who's just clapping eyes on all of this for the first time, Borderlands kind of carved itself out as the best first-person looter shooter on the market, and it held that throne for half a decade. That's not even mentioning the whole thing being accessible on a split-screen 3-player, 4-player and 2-player level, and everything was there. There was nothing taken aback from you being an additional player, like infantry issues or any lesser enjoyment from the content. It was all equal and all down the middle. That is something that's rarely done now with AAA games, and you've only got to look at Gears 5 and Borderlands 3 are kind of the last bastions for a game being available to play on a split screen couch co-op level in its entirety from start to finish. Even Gears 5 shies quite a bit of content away from you when it comes to the Horde material, which was just no need for that. But the whole Borderlands thing, everything there the whole way through. And when Borderlands 3 came out, I was genuinely concerned that they weren't going to put split screen in, and they didn't put the vertical in. That took a while. You're probably aware of my bigger lists. Borderlands is always at the top of them.
That is unacceptable! Chase him down!
That issue with the vertical and horizontal split with Borderlands 3 was very quickly updated, patched and sorted.
You enter the Forest of Tranquility!
Tranquility. Boring.
I'm going to be putting links in the description to all of my Borderlands content, and this month I'm finally going to be testing Borderlands 3 on the PlayStation 5 with 4-player split, needing 4 PlayStation 5 pads. That's a £200 bill on top of the game cost, and I've got to get another 2 people over. It's going to be a big one, but I'm desperate to test it. I want Dirt 5 on that as well, because I'm really keen to see if that PlayStation 5 can handle a nice 4-window split, which I'm pretty sure it can, especially with older games like this, and even newer games like Borderlands 3. I've been Couch Coop, ladies and gentlemen. See you there! Hello, I am Couch Coop, and we are looking at Hot Wheels Unleashed, the PlayStation 5 version, split screen review. It came out September 2021. It managed to slip the net with me, and as Michael and myself know, a good arcade split screen racer can go a very long way. What's this one like? How does it perform? Is it as crazy as it sounds and looks? The answer is yes, and it is cool in areas. Now, we do have quite a competitive market for the split screen couch co-op racer on the PlayStation 4 and 5, so this has got a lot of work to do. Does it feature any PlayStation 5 boost compared to the 4 and Pro version? Yes is the answer. We've got a lovely pegged 60 frames. We don't have 4K, but it runs extremely well in single player and in split screen. One of the things that's kind of pushed me back a bit is just the micro-transaction embedment is unbelievable. Every option has like a click this to spend money option, and you have to proactively move away from that to go forward on the free content. What I mean is you have these things called blind boxes, which is the legislation coming in and changing it from loot boxes. And it's this kid's game, big time, because of the Hot Wheels brand is a Mattel toy. We'll get to that in a second. Avoiding a microtransaction prompt is near on impossible. At one point I was like, oh my god, there's a cool new map down at the bottom there. And of course it is paid for. Everything seems to be paid for, but there is some good bedrock base game here. Here's where it's got me though. It's got 68 vehicles in it, and you get them through loot/blind boxes, and they are very cool with their design. They're extremely faithful to the 3D printed image of the toy, and that gives the whole game this almost micro machine-y miniature feel, and the way that the field of view works with them, and just the designs and the whole fantasy toy aspect really plays in well. There's like dinosaur ones, there's a dump truck. It's kind of really cool working out what amazing car you're going to unlock next, and their behaviors are very different. Notice these two boost mechanisms, one's a constant and one's like a blip, so you do have some differences in choosing what car you go for. Interestingly enough, it doesn't have two-player progression. You'll only get rewards for the one player, so that's damn strange. And even if you have an actual profile on your PlayStation Network, it's like, no, none of the rewards are going to go towards you. So they have to use your car roster. So there's an idea of opening up the main campaign to give the two-player more aspects of vehicle. Now the tracks are all open as far as I know, and the nearest thing that I can compare the tracks to is Trackmania. Which reminds me, where the hell is that sequel? Trackmania Turbo came out in 2016, and it was one of the first split-screen games to ever feature on this channel, and it had 4-player and a track editor, which this does have. But blimey, Ubisoft, sequel that one immediately, please. What else do I like about this game? Well, it's got a fantastic in-air mechanic, meaning that you can adjust the pitch and yaw, like to the millimeter. And that's the thing, is a bad landing can lose you a race, so it's quite tense trying to straighten your car up in the air. They missed a bit of a trick with not incorporating a lot of these amazing, massive environments into the track itself. The track is very much like the toy, which, if you don't know, is just like Scalextric. So that's a bit annoying. You see all this wood and stuff in the background. You know, you go to a skate park, you're going to different locations, but the actual track itself stays as this massive plastic tray. I still have pleasant memories of herring across a snooker table as a miniature tank on local co-op mic machines. Are there any projectiles? Not as such. You don't really have a weaponry system. What you do have is sections on the track that give you more boost if you stay on them, or just sling you down the race a lot quicker, but there isn't enough obstacle environment as far as I'm concerned. The first level's got this cool spider on it that spits out these cobwebs, but the rest of it is like a wooden block in the way. It's a bit weird, and it'll probably develop more as I open up that single player campaign. What it also gets right is a drift mechanic from heaven. It takes a while to sort of sink in, but think Sonic Racers, like a really generous, beautiful slide. And because you have such a wide track, you're even drifting in and out, navigating different cars during a boost. It's quite exhilarating. And when you have your other player got piggybacks on the left for like half a course, yeah, the air mechanics are a bit fluffy, but that's a cool thing because you'll go over a jump and you just don't know what's going to happen if you've hit that thing badly. You can bounce straight out of that track, and of course a respawn, you've lost the race. There are sections of the map where the frame rate's getting a bit of a twist during the split screen, and there are a lot of cars on pitch. Now, I know I said at the beginning of the video that this is definitely a PEG 60, and I only had this occurrence like once or twice, and it was on the same particular course. It was just noticeable on the dip, and that for a PlayStation 5 game, and this being not a graphical masterpiece, is a bit naughty. But it is going at 20 quid at the moment, and that's one of the reasons for the video, is that it's gone down to a price I feel it's totally worth. Also, where would I pitch it in the great scheme of things? It is behind Crash Team Racer and Sonic Racer, but it can hold its own with anything else on the market, and I'm going to put a link in the description. I produced a video of local co-op racers which has got some really mad stuff in it. I guarantee there'll be something in there you'll like. A few alarm bells with this one. It's got nothing to do with Little Big Planet other than its aesthetic, right? So you've got no level builder, the outfits are interchangeable, and some of the designs within level you've seen before in Little Big Planet, but none of that user generated content or adjustments much on that camera. It does boast 4-player couch co-op, however, and that's why I want it reviewed. It is available on the 5 with some boosts. One thing I will say is this just doesn't shout. PlayStation 5 on a visual level, I'm playing Ratchet & Clank at the moment, and crikey, and I did think that this was a PlayStation 5 exclusive. It was shouted about a lot at launch, I seem to remember, but I gave it a wide berth because I was too interested in some of the more adult content. But this is a great little family platformer. Just don't be under any illusion that it's got the diversity that the Little Big Planet series had, which is in a lot of my 5 more videos. I'll dig out the links, and they're just amazing games with lush voiceovers and really cool boss fights and varied enemies. With this, it's very much locked, and things are pretty detailed and colourful. A lot of the textures are amazing, material looking, the grass is pretty epic, and it kind of uses the joypad and haptics motion control quite well. It's also just seen a big price drop. Just like Hot Wheels Unleashed, this thing's gone down to like 30 quid on store now, and you'll see it pre-owned for a lot cheaper. It's worth 20 quid totally as a cool little 4-player platformer. For me, it feels like it's directly competing with Super Mario 3D World, which is identical on a gameplay front to this, and also 4-player, and the characters offer a little bit of change in regards to their moves. That's the thing, Nintendo's world building in that game is industry leading, and this has got such a difficult job to try and stand out on that front. But of course it's over on the Sony side, and is there anything with that much detail here already? Certainly not on the PlayStation 5. As far as 4-player couch co-op split screen games go on the 5, you've got Dirt, The Amazing Borderlands 3, and that Tiny Tina Wonderlands, and of course this. So that's not terrible, that's probably worth a list. I want to see probably an official Little Big Planet game with all of those cool construction ideas in it, and the fact that those levels move that camera around, change things up a hell of a lot more than this does. It feels like an overworld map all the time. The movesets and combat are not really that different from the Little Big Planet series, giving you a jump and a melee and a roll and a sort of jump dive thing, which is pretty crazy, and it doesn't hold back on giving you quite a lot of adversaries to get through, which is really cool. Introduces them to you early. Tearaway, a game that came out on the Vita and of course the PlayStation 4 and 3, is also very similar to this and worth a look. Just an adorable art style, and you don't have to put up with all that Sackboy nonsense. Not being mean to Sackboy, but that's kind of all this is. I knew there was an issue because I went in to buy this and I was like, can I get the new Little Big Planet game on the PlayStation 5? And they're like, what are you talking about? You mean Sackboy, you nutsack? And I was like, oh right, and thinking this is a borrowed franchise, you know, slapped onto what was, again, was probably made within Little Big Planet 3's engine. But now it's not £60, and it does both 3, 2 and 4 couch co-op. It is a cool platformer to have on the system, and it's very accessible to everybody. The noises and the sounds and the colours are just going to open the eyes of some of your youngest, so it's definitely worth having on board if people get bored. Some of the detail is pretty cool with the sort of drop-in balloon system. If you run another player off screen, it is very focused on making sure everybody doesn't have too tough a time and the puzzles aren't rocket science, and everything has a really nice cute shine on it. It's just that entry price was quite difficult, but now we're in a cooler place. You can have Hot Wheels and this for under 40 quid, even less on a pre-owned front, and they both have some pretty cool PlayStation PlayStation 5 boosts. This is just a complete pegged 60. The whole way through there is no let go of those frame rates whatsoever. And that detail, you know, I'd like to see it at a 4K resolution. I think we've got some very healthy super sampling in there on some of the detail, and that depth of field looks pretty awesome all the time. But as I say, Ratchet and Clank Rifts Apart has changed everything for me when I look at that machine and what that power can do. And that'll be coming up on the channel soon, so stay tuned. And we're going to look at Cuphead's newest and only DLC. Came out about 3 days ago, and it was about 11 years in the making. Cuphead is not only one of the best side-scrolling platform shooters on the market, it's one of the hardest, and it's also one of the strongest couch co-op games anybody can own. We had to wait for quite a while for the Sony release of it, but we've got it all now, and we had it free, which means that you only need to pay like £7 to get this DLC. What do you get for £7? A new character with a new set of moves, which we'll get into in a second, but more importantly, a new island with loads of new bosses. No major side-scrolling levels like run and gun. It is all focused on some absolutely brilliant multi-tiered, emotionally scarring boss fights that I'll show you a little bit of. I don't want to show you any mid to late bosses. One of my finest joys of gaming is seeing a new Cuphead boss, I've decided, and their different attack patterns and how it all works out. Seeing major new Cuphead bosses is spoiler territory for me, so I'm just going to keep it as tame as I possibly can. The amazing multi-tiered spider level that you get introduced to has got so much to offer. The newest character's moveset is slightly more complicated than Mugman or Cuphead. Basically, you have a roll a bit like Blazing Chrome on the ground, and you've got an immunity window with it, and you have an air dash which is morphed into the parry. Every character has a parry in Cuphead, and the pink obstacles or enemy attacks can be smacked back quite literally. But hers is different, because when you want to revive somebody, you do have to use that Y button or triangle instead of the standard X or A, which would be the flip attack back. I haven't explained that very well, and it complicates things a bit. You need a bit of room, or you can actually get someone back who's a bit further away than normal. I find the game harder in couch co-op. I have a tendency to worry about what the other person is doing, even unconsciously, because it's something that I'm concerned about getting them back if they turn into a ghost and I'm too far away from them, or if there's an attack coming in that I'm aware of that they aren't. I'm always either shouting or telling them to go somewhere. I'm very difficult to play this game with, and that's why single player I can only shout at myself. Which in turn vastly decreases how frustrated I get, because it's me making all the mistakes. Once the other player is up to speed with the rhythm of the game or that particular boss, then things seem to be okay. You do have to learn inch by inch the attack patterns of all of these bosses in different stages. Some of them are so intuitive. I love being inside the guts of the giant, and the way that these insects and explosive web balls just really change the makeup of the level every single time. That's the thing about Cuphead. It's a bit like Tyson's line about everybody's got a plan until you get smacked in the face. The same thing with Cuphead. As soon as you lose a life each, it's just all gone out the window, and you're really tempted to push that restart button. Has this DLC changed the base game at all? No is the answer to that. Can you play as the new character in the older levels? Don't know is the answer to that, and I've only just thought of that question. You probably could. For £7, if you could go back through and play this game with all that new character's moves, I'd be very impressed. Another thing I'm extremely impressed with is the reworking of the intro tune. I love the music of this game. It is absolutely sublime. Salt and Sacrifice has been out for about 7 weeks. It's a 3-player local co-op game and online, and it's a spiritual successor to Salt and Sanctuary, which is a game I'm quite big on. This is all for Souls-likes, and it's a side-scrolling sort of hack and slash, much like its original. But of course, this has had a lovely reskin. It's exactly the same on principle, but everything has just been worked on, fleshed out. The whole thing is actually a really awesome couch co-op experience. This is up there with Nobody Saves the World and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for 2022's top couch co-op games. You can take it from me that this is totally worth your time, and £12, which is cheaper than the original Sultan Sanctuary, which is really strange. That's 14, nearly £15, and came out in 2015. It's a game that's going to go on one of my top 25 lists. It hasn't come up yet, and it will do so. There's an inkling to how strong the original was, and this is better than it. It's doing so much right with its UI or UX user experience. It allows you, a bit like Chaos Bane, to go into your infantry completely on your side of the screen, separate to the other player. Of course, it's covering the gameplay itself, so it's cool to take time out and go through all this stuff, but more importantly, you both get it done simultaneously and without disturbing the other person. It's a genius idea. You may not also be aware of the concept with the Sultan Sanctuary games. Well, it should be Souls and Sanctuary, because it just plays to every Souls-like trope ever in the world, going through every single Souls game, including Bloodborne nods with one of the pre-made characters, but it's all pumped into a side-scrolling experience. Even the parry, the hard, the quick shot, everything, the dodge roll, all of the cool stuff from the Soulsborne series are in the Sultan Sanctuary game, Sultan Sacrifice. It's a really cool idea. The fact that they pumped those mechanics into a side-scroller and it's still working, it's kind of a mind-blower. For a game of its ilk, it's also quite calm and under control. You kind of always know where you are because of that downgrade marker, which I haven't looked into taking off, but it is a bit of a godsend sometimes because you can get confused. But it's a shit ton easier to work it all out than the original, because this game sports a lot of colour, a lot of the assets and character models are really detailed. The original's got this drab, grey, amazing, depressing look to it, which I kind of appreciate. But this is totally what I would bill as a enthusiastic sequel. Everything is ramped up, including enemy, bosses, drops, weapons, variety, character builds, worlds traveling around, the bonfire mechanics expanded on, even range given to you as standard on one of the pad keys without having to wait for a bow and arrow to be picked up. Absolutely amazing stuff. That brings me on to the large character roster and me not experimenting much with different class builds. There is a push on range and mage, and we are both sort of brutalist, barbarian type crusader, paladin characters. And the game loves to enable you to explore these traits with giving you sort of buffs on certain directions that we'll look at in a second, and that's a reminder that if you're familiar with the original game and how that system works, it's all just still here. One of the cool things that I didn't explain at the start of the video that I was supposed to drop in was that the original's got the most convoluted local co-op access system. You have to make an offering to an NPC. It's almost like ringing up a telephone number and giving the code to an automated. It's ridiculous. With this, you just push options on the title menu as you saw. Soul games don't really feel like any other usual platformer or any side-scrolling hack and slash or even like shoot 'em up. They're kind of totally their own thing because they're obeying these Dark Souls rules of parry, shield, stamina, and also things being able to just kill you really quickly. And therein might lie one of its only issues, is that you have to be a Souls fan. Well, I think it really bolsters your case for liking the game. And the person playing with me, it was Lewis, and of course he's a massive Souls fan. Everything just fell into place for both of us because we knew exactly what this game was kind of asking of us. And the difficulty is pretty damned well pitched, with giving us access to kind of minor side quests that result in killing in these huge mages. Really cool to get keys to open a door, quest within quests, which gave the game a much needed bit of detail. The original was a bit linear with some of those options. If you take the time and to explore around the world that you've been offered, it will kind of give back quite well. One thing I'm not happy with is the hub. Starter hub is ridiculous. It's massive. It's like a Terraria map. You'll be there for 3/4 of an hour at the start of the game just working out where the hell everybody is. I find it a little easier than the original and a little less simple on the crafting mechanic level. There's huge depth here with materials, rare objects, rare materials, putting together and upgrading and crafting weapons from scratch and upgrading what you already have. And of course, this is coming with full PvP online, which is amazing. You need the items a la all Souls games, but it's really great that the Souls series is now opening itself up to invasions. God only knows how that's going to be like, getting chased around a 2D map Dark Souls style. That brings me on to revives and upgrades and death, all that area. It's handled quite well, meaning you can bring a player back in a battle. You just put on the shard and then you pop it and you have the circle to bring them back without like a timed meter or anything. That's the whole operation's quite quick. It's just that you've got to have these shards. I'm also quite impressed with the amount of detail that's behind the bestiary and all of the NPCs having little backstories. You can talk to them about everything, and of course the colossal Final Fantasy style upgrade tree, which is mind-blowing on the zoom, and going down the different directions and opening up different things. The yellow icons are traits that you already possess from being that class type. So you start building on sword and shield mechanics and making sure you're evenly distributing those badassery points. Let's touch on performance very quickly. All of this footage you're seeing is PlayStation 5. The game's available on the 4 and the Pro and over on Windows. I'm running this at 1080, that's the only aspect ratio, and it isn't a PEG 60. It's close, but I did see some shudder, not huge, but big boss fights, loads of additional enemies, just slightly dropped a bit. I have played this on single player, and the performance has kind of been identical. It's not like you get another player in and things start underperforming. You just will see occasionally, if you're a stickler like me, a minute frame drop, but that is nothing on how pristine and experienced this is as a local couch co-op game. The combo system feels smoother than the original. The animations are obviously loads better. The difference in environments and biospheres that you visit are really incredible, ranging from lush forests to deserts to dingy castles. And of course the winch and rope mechanic give you this Metroidvania idea with getting to new areas of the map that you wanted to frequent previously. And just everything with the Souls experience, bonfires, and getting that two-handed cool weapon, or maybe investing in points to start wielding a pike with particular danger. So much fun to be had with up to 3 local. There's something a little bit weird going on with the PlayStation Store on it. They keep changing the logo. It was the local co-op thing with that gold cross, meaning that everyone had to have a PlayStation Network account, even just to play it locally, which got me worried. And now it just says 1 to 2 local players, but I'm pretty sure over on the Steam side, or just in general, the game's advertised as a local 3-player co-op as well. I will test that out. And can I just say what a joy it is to be reviewing a pretty new, amazing indie local co-op game that's kind of a Souls-like. It's really awesome, especially in 2022. It's been quite a dry year, and this has just been a bucket of water right over all of it. It is fantastic. You don't have to be a Souls fan. Just have a little look at some of the melee mechanics and the unlockables, and you kind of might get hooked. It's great as a indie Souls-like starter pack. You go straight to Elden Ring after this. We are going to look at the new Moto GP 2022 available on Gamepass. Before I start, I really need to have a massive moan, and I have seen a few Reddit posts about this, the absolute state of Gran Turismo 7 split screen. Even without Sony's debaucherous microtransaction recent behaviour, this series has always been really weak on this front. This series, A-Spec kind of got me onto split screen in the first place on the PlayStation 2, like on a serious level, but they have not sorted this out. Player 2 just cannot take off all the handicaps, so it's just not competitive. But that doesn't even touch on the fact that there are no other cars on screen. This is such a fatal error. Criminal waste of beautiful tracks and cars and just the machine's power. You'd think with the PlayStation 5 this would just smash it with the proper aspect ratio. No, what a joke. What's not a joke, however, is the split screen mode on Moto GP 2022, and this is the Game Pass edition, and I'm playing this on my PC, and I've encountered a few performance issues because this game kind of can really get hold of a big rig if it wants to. You're talking 4K, ultra settings, some really beautiful graphics. I've gone for the middle ground. I've got 30 frames per second, but we're working at 2K even with the split screen, which is very cool, but medium settings just to try and not to make my poor PC chug, because it's only a 1660 GeForce, so I can't run this thing at max settings as much as I'd like to. The good news is no frame dips, absolutely beautiful performance, and a full whole track of 25 drivers, I think. Stunning way to be able to play split screen. However, you can't actually take the other riders off. There is no time trial mode, which kind of annoyed me a bit, because as is tradition, my father comes around to try these games out. We almost got a full lap out of him. It was amazing. The day was quite difficult. It's extremely tough for a non-gamer, this one. Even racer fans will struggle. It's almost like roguelike difficult, and one thing I will mention is I put this on the SD drive. I wanted to make sure that my load screens were minimal and any sort of advantage I could get graphically would be extremely welcome. GeForce, send me a new graphics card, please. I've made a list of the things that this game doesn't have, okay? It sounds really bad, but against Gran Turismo 7, I would play this any day of the week, and it's costing me, what, £6 a month? This is 50 quid off the peg, but it doesn't have any replay mode with the split screen version. That's kind of devastating. I was secretly hoping we could both watch a singular replay with us both in it. They've got to get on top of that. There is no screen adjust. However, this is a great aspect ratio. It works so well with motorcycle games. Having that vertical split is just perfect. I wouldn't want it any other way. However, it is sometimes nice to be asked. There is no 4-player, unfortunately. Dirt 5 is totally won on that front. And there is no 2-player online, so you cannot take this split screen mode onto the worldwide internet. The no time trial thing is kind of a bummer, because if you're amateur, being in the pack and just having 25 racers herring past you every 2 minutes as they're lapping you is difficult. And I didn't do wet footage in split screen. Incidentally, doing this on single player chucks that system so bad. It loves its wet look, this game, but it's really going to ask quite a lot of your system's power to put it on. It works fine with me when I'm on 1080 at ultra settings, but as soon as I put that replay on, it starts having a bit of a mare. Paying £70 to Sony for a PlayStation 5 version of Gran Turismo 7 that is released on the PlayStation 4 base system is just something I'm not up for at the moment. Playing this on Gamepass in the one player, its time trial mode is so addictive. The amount of seconds you can shave off one corner by just taking it properly is mind-blowing. There's so much content here. The actual campaign with the championship is alright, but I love this game to muck about with, and its replays. It's probably got some of the best replay mechanics I've seen in a game for a long time. I'm going to leave you with that. Bit of Chopin. Alright, monetizers, you can't get me for that. He died 167 years ago. So good luck with trying to demo on that bad boy. Alright, see you down there. Spiderheck is available on all systems, the Switch, the PlayStation and Xbox and Game Pass day one, and it's a cracking little indie game. 1 GB, PvP, local PvP, online, local co-op online. Oh man, this is a joy. I knew I was in for something special when looking around the opening lobby I found a secret area and got an achievement. I'm like, these guys know. I am Couch Coop, by the way, and you'll have to forgive my excitement. I've been on this all day. It's a cracking local co-op versus with a lovely bit of single player only content offline snug in there as well to keep the longevity going with it. Obviously versus is the first spot I'm going to go to, not because I want to kick the other person's ass, but we want to get our heads around how everything works. Look at the parameters, are there point adjustments, map changes. It's a great little starting lobby. We thought this was the start. Throwing flares at each other, just really mucking around with those physics, and I'm going to explain them, and they're very interesting because they point to a classic from back in the day. Alright, so it changes up the arenas. It's one death, next bow, and the arenas are mental. Some of them don't have floors, and you can cling on to every surface that you can get to. And that takes a while to realise, and you can send out your slinger on one of the buttons. There's a 2-button system on this game, that's it. If you're carrying a weapon, it turns into a side-scrolling twin stick, and you've got an arc on firing. So you're using Bionic Commando style whiplash physics to get onto other platforms. Once you're on them, you can circumnavigate them because you're like a sticky little spider. The weapons kick back. Duck Game is the last time I had this much fun on an indie game of this magnitude. Just before we get into the juicy meat of its local co-op capabilities, check out this single player content. You can only go in it if you're offline and you've got no one else in lobby, and it's these amazing tiered stages that are ridiculously difficult. They all have an angle, might be just one particular weapon in the arena, might be fancy enemies to deal with, and the enemies are pretty crazy. They come at you facing, sometimes with mini swords and deflector weapons. You have to loop round and hit them from the back if you haven't got access to an area effect. This sort of demonstrates some of the harder AI. They come with color-coded swords, and the purple swords are longer, and you have to really work around getting to the flesh of the creature itself as opposed to just twanging the front of it. And you get melee weapons as well, man. It's full-on gladiator. You start swinging a luminous cotton warbud around, the power goes right to your head. Okay, let's get right into it. I think I've made you guys wait long enough. The wave survival section is where I think you're going to find the most cool stuff when it comes to having two people on a co-op level. Staged wave-based arenas, as the title suggests, and handy, really cool weapons in and around the area that you've got to get to quick and start using. You can kill the other person by accident with explosives, and communication's crazy because I'm still kind of working out how this winch works. It does look very simple, but the mechanics start getting to you, and a lot of the items are self-detonating, which you don't have a clue on either. If one of you dies, then the survivor has to just kill all the enemies to get the respawn back in, and you're back to normal again. That's cool. You can take it in turns sometimes if things are difficult, and I'm pretty sure there isn't that much scaling when you go co-op into that wave mode. There might be a bit, but having access to the coolest guns in the game with two people on the same team is definitely one of the more pleasurable experiences with this. Once you flip that to PvP, it turns into who knows what symbols do what, who gets the shotgun first. It all goes a bit crazy. We'll look at that in a second because they cater for that madness by adding map types that sort of revolve around the item, so people can't just go to the cool stuff really quickly. I'll show you a bit of that towards the end. But I think a lot of my audience are really going to enjoy this co-op wave mode, getting to the end, dealing with crazy enemies, and communicating with each other about where everything's going wrong. I'm also getting rewarded with some cosmetic perks and different unlocks on the Spider. Neon looks doing very well with giving me incremental little rewards when I'm mucking around with this versus and co-op local mode. I'm also very impressed with its thumping soundtrack, and its neon look reminds me a little bit of Laser League. I love the way that the bottom of the screen's got that orange mesh, which incidentally is lethal. You find that out the hard way on PvP when it puts you in a tiny arena. And the cycling of the levels is almost roguelike, where it just keeps pushing new maps, new levels, new enemies, new weapons. Constantly you're being fed this flashing amazing images and really enjoying some excellent gameplay. Back to the Bionic Commando comparison, the winch has no limits, so you can go for something that's right on the other side of the map. As long as you've got a direct line to it, there's going to be no issues, and it doesn't have a cooldown or stamina meter or anything like that. People online are going to be flying around like buzzards on this early doors, and it does actually really promote going online. When we first logged in, two of us went into the lobby and it said, do you want to do a quick game? And it put straight into a PvP versus with random. So there's co-op online, co-op PvP, and versus PvP. So it's doing everything possible an indie game can do right, offering me local co-op, offering me local PvP, taking all of that pie online, being 1 gigabyte, sounding and looking amazing. Just done the video for Star Wars Battlefront 2. And it's got all of the equivalent, but you have to look everywhere for it. You have to build your own experience with the damn thing. With this, that lobby's got it all, including that amazing single-player tier system, which I want to hear back from you guys on how well you've done with it, because I can barely get past level like 4 or 5. Once everybody is comfortable with everything, with the controls and what all the items do, I think the PvP is definitely a cool break from that co-op content. And having 4 people in a map like this, jumping from end to end. The camera's amazing with catering for pan-ins and outs depending on how many players are viewable. It's just so smooth and natural feeling. A lot of games really bugger that up, especially on their PvP arenas. Overcooked in space, this is Fueled Up. I am CouchCoop, and we're going to look at a cool new up to 4-player local co-op, PS4, PS5 and Switch. This is actually PlayStation 4 Pro footage, and that map screen star system is the first bell ringer for the Overcooked parallels. Now I like the character design, I love that easy to read user interface and seeing some of the almost Rubber Bandit like funny outfits, and there's quite a few of them, and they are obviously increased the more you push into the game. Notice those mission stipulations and accolades, they're ridiculously difficult. Some of the third tiers on those I couldn't even get close to when I was doing it on the 1-player. Let's talk about that really quickly. The 1-player is doable, but this game is really built around minimum of 2 people. You can switch out on 1 player, it does and doesn't work. I would only go to this if you've got a permanent couch co-op buddy. Now let's break down what's going on. Top left, you've got this bar which indicates ship damage and progress to your destination. So you've got to make sure you're repairing these little marks on the ground, which is done by tapping square. Overcooked leans on being able to make that task sort of autonomous, and on the single player it does. But it's interesting because if that bar gets too close to the end of the blue bar, it's kind of game over. And you can ignore the ship damage to a certain extent because there's far more important jobs to be taken care of, one of which is keeping the door shut for the space station itself, which will blow open and suck out the other player. That does result in quite a lot of hilarities. But your main task overall is to keep that jet at the bottom of the screen percentage up, which is done by refining fuel and then taking canisters and whacking them in. And the better you concentrate on that, the quicker that blue bar goes over, more accolades come in. So it's cool to have a tiered system on how important certain jobs are, because it allows you to delegate and say, I'm going to look after X and you just sort out Y. Hazards come in the form of that Frogger style river that we've got running through the level, and incidentally that didn't come up much. You might be thinking, wow, they're really out of the box with their gaming ideas, but that was just a cool throw in for an early level on the 2-player co-op missions. You can also see that we can still navigate around that door that's open at the top of the map, but it's a struggle against the pull of the gravity, which is quite fun. Getting sucked out of the ship isn't a huge disaster. You will respawn back in after about a 5-second delay, but that can be integral if you're right at the end of a mission or the ship's about to blow up because you haven't hammered one of those little patches on the ground. It can be disaster if you're suddenly left on your own at a really important section of the mission. The game heavily advertises this big pink octopus and sort of alien squid, so I was very much, oh my god, do we get a gun? Are we fighting tiny little pink face huggers? No is the answer to that, but we do have some integration with like intergalactic giant cosmic cephalopods. This is an inevitable event, and it's marked by a purple icon up in the top left against that green progression. So you're going to come across it. Now this is very interesting because the particular level is 1 in, 1 out on the corridors. So you've really got to start using your brain, and there's also compulsory switch system, which means certain doors can be open when you're in a certain place and others can't. And also the accolades lean on how many times you use that switch. It gets well complicated if you want to platinum a lot of the achievements on each level. That does point to some longevity and the need to replay a level, because you can see how you could do that a lot better or more efficiently. Not like Overcooked. It does rely on a lot of route mapping, doors being open and shut, and one-way systems. So this is more to do with maneuverability against allocated tasks in certain areas. If you neglect the ship refueling task, your ship will just stop, which means that that damage meter is going to catch up with you. That's quite clever. If you forget to do something or a certain task gets neglected, the fruition of that is quite dramatic and cool. And Overcooked, although it's very culinary based, doesn't really boast that sort of tension. It also does quite well with introducing new elements or new hazards. This particular level has got slime asteroids coming in, landing in random places, and then you use the throw mechanic. Now this again is interesting. Overcooked 2 introduced a throw mechanic which meant you could throw a bit of fish to someone who needed to make a sushi roll at high speed. With this you've got to take the slime and put it into the grinder at the end of the map, which I thought was a pretty cool idea, and they will explode if you don't deal with them, and thus producing a difficult area to traverse because you're getting stuck in the slime. And I liked the sci-fi angle. As you know, I'm having a big sci-fi space horror push at the moment, and we've got some cool videos coming out for Halloween. This directly aligns with that theme. Annoyingly though, there's no xenomorphs crawling these creepy corridors. What have they missed? Well, I'll tell you what they've missed, and the annotation's up in the top corner, and it's a PvP mode. Oh my god, local versus on this would have been absolutely excellent, and that's where Overcooked is just trampling this game model, is because you can have really good head-to-head battles, 2 teams as well, co-op partners, that sort of stuff, and also this game would excel with 4 people totally. It would double the fun, to be fair, and I'd love to test it, and there will be a 4-player game list coming out at the end of the year. This one would definitely have that as a strength. It is currently quite new and is sort of in the higher echelons of price for a game of this size. If you're a staunch Overcooked fan and you've exhausted all of that content and you want to have some co-op, that's important, not PvP, then this is perfect. And you've got a new sort of change of scenario, being outer space, dealing with gravity and all manner of quite crazy alien interruptions that will throw a spanner at a lot of your previous solutions. So it keeps you on your toes on that front, and those accolades are absolutely ridiculously difficult. So if you're a sci-fi fan and you liked Overcooked, this is a total no-brainer. We're going to be looking at 2 games. You've got a double whammy today. Just checked, this one is only Switch and Game Pass, and hand on heart, don't lay down money for this game. If you've got Game Pass going at £6, have a look, because you've got a whole bunch of games in this vein, including the mammoth that is Overcooked 1 and 2 and Moving Out. And I recently reviewed something called Fueled Up. I'll put the link in the description. Fueled Up is also taking place in space, and it is even more dissipated version of those big name games mentioned previously. Is there a little table tennis mini game with low gravity that you can play inside the space stations? Is there F? I was supposed to point out that this game is not single player offline. You have to play this with a couch co-op buddy. The only other games I know that do that are of course Way Out and It Takes Two. You got to have some kahunas to roll a game out that is not accessible for someone sitting on their own. There is a multiplayer online. Even look at that. Of course I didn't. The channel's not called Is There Multiplayer Online? Is it doing anything that separates it from Fueled Up, Overcooked, or anything else that's, you know, a twin sticky, I'll call it a puzzler? That's a really tough question. It's a flat no. This is just a shadow of Fueled Up, and even a less vivid shadow of the other games, but it has got its nuances. You actually can control the ship and take it places. A little bit like Dangerous Lovers in a Space-Time. Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time. And fuel is really a thing, and you lose a mission if you run out of fuel. Not only do you lose a mission, you'll get put right back to the stage at the beginning where you have to go and get those tanks filled up. Now you might have seen at the beginning of the video the guy doing like a QTE dance. This is there to sort of entertain the guests. Now let's get to that. Not only do they turn the gravity off, right, which was damn funny to be fair, but they need entertaining and feeding, and there could be more than one. I think that's its prime angle, is you've got a mini game there where someone's got to just cater for the guests. You can even throw some of them out of the spaceship itself. Do you encounter violent extraterrestrials with guns that kick the side of the spaceship in and sort of machine gun spray the whole room? Again, do you F? If you can see in the top right, there was these silhouettes that said stops, which is basically submissions within a quest that you have to go to. So there's multiple different goals, and you have to do a bit of fuel management, entertain who you've got on board, and maintain the ship itself. You do have to fix a lot of stuff. The fixing thing is pretty identical. It's like a timed event, little meter runs down, but one of the weird things is you have to use this spanner, which is in the bottom left of the vehicle. You have to get it and then put it back. They've tried to make that like an innovative job in itself, and it's the most ball achy thing you have to do in the whole game. Where's the spanner? Put the spanner back. It's not in this case. Yeah, so that was SpaceLines from the Far Out. Yeah, I had to Google that again. I've slipped my mind in the time it's taken me to talk to you about it. Very highly recommend going and looking at my Overcooked video and Lovers in a Dangerous Space Time, and of course the amazing Moving Out. All of links are in the descript. You get me. This game defaulted to a different language and thought, damn, I'm going to have a go at this, see if I can work it all out. I had a damn good crack at it. Merge and Blade is just, it's weird. I'm touching my temples as I'm saying this because I'm not sure where it comes from, what it wants, and how on earth it managed to make it onto, you know, one of the biggest streaming gaming services in the world. I'm being a bit harsh. I know, you just go to the cog, it's not rocket science, Coop, work it out, and I did in the end. But let's just unpack, what the hell are we looking at here? This is the single player. There is more modes, but at the moment you're playing what the game's got to offer you on a sort of base level. You saw then this weird like stacking screen. So it's in two sections. It's a little bit like one of those battle simulator games that you get, but the sort of 7-bit version of that. So when you're stacking your troops that you get given at the start of a fight, if you duplicate them, they double up and sort of rank up. A little bit like Columns or Candy Crush, anything else. You get like a set of them and they'll turn into something harder and bigger. You get these Black Knights. It's pretty cool. Now, during the actual fight itself, you can start moving stuff around if it's got low health, so there's some strategy here. You don't control the speed, there is no pause button to my knowledge, you just sort of click go and it all unfolds. But it's not terrible, and it's 700 megabyte as well. Its soundtrack is pretty full on as well, quite loud and not too varied. And when you're given options after fights, I think you get the chance to upgrade or spend money on health. You get this like choice, which is almost a roguelike direction, which brings me over to that screen at the front there. Roguelike is actually a game mode with a lock on it, which I didn't get to, but holy crap, there's a versus. And I was thinking, this is advertised as a local co-op game. Where is it? There it is. It's just one versus mode. Now, versus modes in local co-op games can make or break them. I own local co-op games just because of their good versus modes. Is this one of them? Well, just hang around because I've just worked out how to put the English on. Yeah, it's diabolical. It's the most bare bones 2D scrap of game mode you'll get in an indie. But it's there and it's funny. It never stops, so it's a bit weird. You just sort of build up your armies, go at each other. There's no real unlocks, there's no real tiers, there's nothing cosmetic to change. A little bit annoying because I was thinking deep down this could be really good. Again, this is Windows and Xbox, not even a Switch release, so a bit of a rarity. Platform exclusive, Microsoft exclusive, let's say. But you don't need to worry over on the Sony side. In actual fact, local versus or offline versus modes in couch co-op games is one of my biggest passions with the genre, and I've put a list of 26 absolute humdingers together, including a game called Mushroom Wars 2, which has barely been on the channel, and it only features in that particular video. And it's a bit like Cronkoid Wars 2, it's a big old versus RTS on console, plays on the PlayStation 5 also. So what we're going to do with Merge and Blade then? Well, I've got no idea. Probably keep it on the hard drive for a couple of weeks, see if I can finish it. It is funny, and I want to just explore that roguelike mode, so it's worth unlocking that. It must be pretty okay, they wouldn't have put a padlock on it otherwise. I am Couch Coop, the authority on all things split screen and couch co-op. Welcome to my review of Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed. And spoilers, this is damn good. This is all going to be PlayStation 5 footage. There are no performance alterations in the options. It is a flat, what you see is what you get. I'm going to say it's pushing 60 frames per second in the split. It's not 30. The local co-op runs just as well as the single player campaign. There's not a lot of games out there that you can say that about. Got a great disclaimer for all the triggered TikTokers out there. The game has not changed any of its like decades old humour, which is nothing but a joy. I want to show you the single player very quickly. Don't worry, we are going to go back to split screen. I just want to say that this is not as strong visually as the predecessor remake. So if you're not aware, this was already remade. Destroy All Humans 1 is out on the current gen systems as well. It looks good in areas, but I wasn't blown away initially. But then again, the original does not have a split screen campaign. The game's got a photo mode in it, which is very welcome. It's only 35 quid. Elden Ring doesn't have photo mode and it's a full price game. Can you sort that out? But I have noticed some shimmer. Shimmer was when the frames are duplicated as opposed to a screen tear. I have also noticed some screen tearing as well in the split screen. We'll get to that in a second. As a single player base game remake of this original, I have no major complaints, and I own the original, which is also available on 9th generation systems as well from the store. Those dancing cars never get boring. Right, split screen. We did a bit of stress testing. I'm very interested in what happens if this game gets major busy, and this game is geared up to get hugely busy. Check out that mini map. And what's going on is my colleague is the alien. I'm undercover as a policeman and just watching the swarm and seeing how much can actually get fed into map. And it's huge. It's so cool getting your powers working. The explosions could have a bit more dissipation, but everything was just very smooth and unjanky. It all felt awesome to be doing it with a split screen. The premise of the game is that you're an alien called Furon, or an alien race of Furons rather, and you're basically undercover. You do not want to be spotted and you want to infiltrate into whatever town you've been placed in. It'll be like an open world minimap. It's pretty amazing with loads of different varied NPCs. Incidentally, the non-player character animations within this town, even the ones from the original game, are loads better than any of the CDPR Cyberpunk stuff. But my point being, it's all kind of about stealth to a certain extent, unless a mission requires you to just cause havoc and destruction. But you can do so many things with the NPCs, like get them to work for you or pull out their brains completely, hypnotize them, get them dancing, take their skin. You have to be a policeman if you want to lower the alert rate within an area. So there's so much going on, so many alert levels and different statuses that either player can be in within a small vicinity on the same sector of the map. So it can get hella confusing if you're not paying attention.
He's kind of creepy, but I do love his fine Colombian.
It's a very vibrant looking game with beaming colours that just sort of pop out at you. I love the look of all of the furniture within, the aesthetic of the time period, and a lot of the dialogue and one-liners that the characters come out with. Developers are called Black Forest, and if you're a follower of the channel, you'd probably have heard the name before. They haven't really made a bad couch co-op game. They've made quite a few. I'll put some links and annotations on. This one is totally up there with some of their best.
Very funny.
Hey there, Moondoggy. I'm looking for a dude with his ear to the street. The kids call him the Freak.
Seeing all the remodeling is crazy good, and seeing the quest template not being adjusted remotely, dialogue patterns and different character aspects are completely untouched. That's so important. A lot of you guys will be like me, you'll be going for this for nostalgia, but really wanting to see what your 9th generation system can do with this full-blown split screen, and everything is like 5-star cool. We are also looking at very early levels of the game, and I'm still impressed with the amount of enemy variety that gets pushed to you as the police force. You've got big fat guys with shotguns. At later levels you start getting like agents, special agents who can't be mind controlled or hypnotized, so the tension gets racked up when you've got a foe that your normal powers don't work on. You have to start thinking of out of the box solution. This is another stress test. I want to see explosions. I want to see electricity. Holy crap. Your weapon wheel eventually becomes colossal. Think Ratchet and Clank amount of amazing guns and hilarious results on them. You get given like a mini bouncy castle that you throw out to enemies that causes everybody to start bouncing off the walls quite literally. There's also the pick up and throw telekinesis material, which is amazing to be able to throw someone like into the distance or slam them into something explosive. You get to upgrade this and you can levitate entire cows. Everything just brings a smile to the face when you start utilizing that huge weapon wheel. This as opposed to something like Borderlands, which is a fantastic split screen game. Well, there's a bit more intelligence when it comes to the mission design of this whole main campaign. The pair of you will get dropped into like a completely alien location and you have to sort of go through the NPCs, start taking on appearances and just from the outside in deconstruct this puzzle which has been created within the mission objectives. It's got very much sandbox vibes on that front. Is there anything majorly wrong with the game other than tiny performance issues with screen tear sometimes when things are crazy busy? To see that on a PlayStation 5 was almost nostalgic. I think it would have been Ark, the last game that saw that sort of technical issues on. But if you're not looking for it, you're barely going to see it. And we are not by a long shot done with the amount of content that's offered to you with this remake. It is not just the stellar award-winning campaign. You've got a bunch of other modes in here that really work with local co-op. I know from memory that the game's got some huge set pieces and flying saucer sections. The system handles it, but these are some of the areas where you will see most of the major performance issues. But what we're looking at now, electricity flying everywhere, combustibles, debris, no issues at all. Beautiful gameplay. This could all have gone wrong in so many directions. The remake of the base game could have been terrible. The two-player local co-op mode could have been reduced content, not the full campaign, but it was always advertised as that. So Black Forest are kind of legends for letting us know that this was rolling out of the gate as a full-blown split screener. The performance issues could also be so major that they interrupted everything, and that's just not the case. It's a smooth, perfect game, even when things are very busy. It's just if you're a nitpicker like me, you will see some tiny areas of judderiness or screen tear, maybe when everything is going completely balls to the wall. Panning that photo mode is where you feel it the most. There is judderiness on distance, it doesn't feel too natural, but what a great game to give you a full paused, and this exists in the two-player mode. Incidentally, there is no drop in, drop out. So if you start the campaign single player, someone comes in the room and says, "What's this? I want to play," you got to start again. There's a PvP mode that's based on points, a little bit like Burnout's Crash mode, where you're in a locked area of a map and you're just going ham and trying to smash and trash the whole area. It's also a very cool method of looking at all the environments that the game has to offer. It retrospectively holds back any guns that you haven't unlocked in campaign, so you're not going to get spoilers on that front. What a fantastic idea. Very cool to offer this much variety and this much fun in a completely separate mode to the campaign. And get this, there is another mode to come. Just wanted to show you London very quickly. Absolutely awesome. The one-liners are great. The stereotypes are just brilliant. The phone boxes are still there. The buses, Houses of Parliament. Very cool setup and great to visit.
Let's get this party started, shall we?
All of these levels feature incrementally within the campaign. There's kind of 5 major biomes. Looking at this before finishing the campaign is a little bit cheeky, but it's cool to be able to show you guys, and you might want to hold back on it before finishing that other content.
How'd you know? My name was Lucy.
I just couldn't resist the Moonboast. It's one of the greatest levels on there with lower gravity, so your jetpack works better. There's also mechs and stuff walking around, and the disasters that you can cause on this base are just legendary. And the NPC and the pushback vehicles, those large mechs, are really quite frightening. You've even got like a Red Faction guerrilla vibe going on. So lastly, there's a friggin' PvP tennis mode with targets behind you, floating cows. It's quite complicated. You've got to aim and slam and get stuff behind the other opponent. It's not deathless, but it's just something I've yet to get my head completely round. So you've got 3 major modes. I say major, the third one was a bit skimpy, but that campaign and that versus, those first 2 chunks, massive. I'm so happy with this game. It's the 10 out of 10 for me on a couch co-op level. Really cool stuff. THQ and Black Forest, you legends. Thank you. It's here, it's couch co-op, it's the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, Shredder's Revenge. We had a tough time with the platinum version of this. This was a remake or revision of the arcade classics, which I grew up with, totally in awe of looking at that arcade machine. This version has kind of cherry-picked all of the cool stuff from any side-scrolling Teenage Mutant Ninja game, right from 1 and 2, and there's even some really good modern twists for a side-scrolling beat-em-up. It does play a little bit like Streets of Rage. It isn't from that team, it's from the guys that gave us Mercenary Kings, which you will be seeing a bit more of if you're paying attention to a certain number. That was a very, very good couch co-op game, and this is just as damn strong. Boasting up to 6 players on the Switch. Can you believe this is available on Steam? It was Gamepass day 1. It's about 20 quid over on PlayStation. It's only about 800 gigabytes to download. It's also doing absolutely nothing wrong and runs perfectly. No dips, no freezes. It was a perfect experience, and there's some nuances I want to talk about. One of them is the fact that the movesets are not simple and are very different on outcome with who you choose. The inputs are all the same for everybody, but the moves that you can get out of certain characters like Splinter and April are completely unique to that person. Having April O'Neil as a playable character from the get-go and Casey Jones being a carrot to unlock, there's a lot of unlockables and a lot of excellent secrets embedded into different tasks and items in all of the levels. There's so much replayability here. That is something, and I don't see this as a disadvantage, but it's quite easy to smash through this whole game. A, because it's just so enjoyable. You cannot stop chuckling at the references, looking at the individual animations on a lot of the scenario-based enemies, what they're doing before you come up to them on screen is done with so much panache that it just pulls you through like a rope right the way through all of the game, because you're like, I've got to see what the next level is. And there's an amazing Mario Land 3 sort of map screen. You do have optional and secret side quests if you take the time to go and visit everybody or do a level perfect, i.e. unlock all of these little tasks that you're given on the pause menu. Yeah, challenges, Coop, that's the word you're looking for. There's lots of them. We got the obligatory Battletoads side-scrolling level. You saw this on Blazing Chrome. You see it on just about every decent retro side-scrolling 2-player couch co-op game. And it's as joyous as it appears, with jumps that you have to avoid. You do have a little moveset on the back of the hoverboard. It was really cool to see a level change so early, straight off that side-scrolling format. But it's not just side-scrolling. It takes you up and down into diagonals and back rooms. Very cool level design. This is made by some people who have a massive passion, A, for the series, B, for what the franchise has achieved already, and C, for the best couch co-op experience. Probably available on Game Pass, full stop. Oh, the best retro gaming experience. Gears 5, sit down. Let's get back to the nuances and why this is kind of quite separate to games like Scott Pilgrim or even River City Girls. It probably starts with that moveset and how deep it is. I'm talking about throws that you can pull off in different directions. There's even a dodge that you can do right in the middle of a move, and as you can see, each enemy sometimes has its individual grab animations that requires a button bash, totally retro style, to try and get out of the grip. Now, I obviously have a beautiful arcade stick, which I love with a passion. It cost me well over 150 quid, but of course it's not going anywhere near the PlayStation 5 because it's a 4 arcade stick, and I'm kind of devastated about that because this would just be a brilliant button slapper. Important to mention, it's not a button basher. If you start doing that, you won't see cool moves and the enemies will get the better of you. That's another thing, is the hard replay is so recommended. Even fans of the beat 'em up genre should probably go to the 3rd difficulty. I play it on default on normal, but gnarly, which is the top one, that's the way forward. Also, manually building up your special meter. Up on the top left, you'll see a tiny blue bar. You have to hold down R1, and each character's got an animation where they sort of build this special up. It's so cool. Donatello plays his Game Boy, I think. Everyone's got their own. Half the fun is just seeing what that is, but also getting time to do it. Because a hit will break the animation and you won't get the build. That also applies for revive, which can get quite tactical. You have to clear the area or choose your moment, and the pizza under the nose. Man, the nostalgia is rife. What system is it best played on? Well, it's best performing so far for me over on my PC with Gamepass. I have played this game on Switch, and one thing I will say is it does have a bit of stutter. There is a lot of frame drops when things get mega busy. The footage you're seeing here is PC. However, having this on a Switch, having it portable, and just how easy the pads are to sort of get hold of, as opposed to, you know, fully haptic PlayStation 5 controllers comes to 400 quid. Small bit of stutter and 720p is not going to put me off this game at all. It's probably one of my favourite Switch ports already. Did I try the online? Nope. Am I playing it single player? Hell yeah, I'll be finishing it straight off the bat right through. I haven't shown you any late game bosses. The Shredder fight's pretty damned epic, and of course you've got some great level design and variety. The animation and differences in scenario with how you're ambushed or what cool stuff happens or someone shouts is so great. Who Turned Out Lights is still in there, but it's all mixed in with these beautiful modern ideas. This is called Deep Stranded, or Stranded Deep, and it's recently been put on Game Pass. I just googled the initial release date and it said 2015. So apologies everyone, because this is damn good, only 6 GB. Hop on and download it. By the time I finish blabbering, it's going to be ready. It's not as deep as either of these two games I'm going to mention, but get ready for this one. This is a mixture of a bit of Ark, a bit of Subnautica, maybe a little bit of Sea of Thieves. It's a hell of a blend, and it works and plays very well. This is on my PC. We've got 90 frames per second, I don't believe a word of that. By the way, I am Couch Coop, and welcome to my split screen review of Deep Stranded. I really like survival games, especially survival horror games. Stuff like The Forest and Subnautica I always craved to have split screen on them, and I think kind of getting that itch scratched a little bit with this. This is how the game looks without split screen. It isn't a huge jump from the graphics we're seeing on that dual player, so I'm well impressed with it. For its size, it's pretty incredible. It has a full day and night system, weather system, and there's a lot in that water. It's very detailed on the wildlife and what's on your little patch of island. One thing to watch out for on the PC version is that it defaults to the mouse and keyboard. This is me wrestling with said controls, trying to just pick up the damn paddle. It is okay, you kind of get used to it. It's just a bit strange, could just be me being a complete numpty. Back to the split screen. Top tip, your little lifeboat has a bag at the back of it, which not only acts as storage, but it's got a compass in and some rations. You totes need that, because this game is about gathering bloody rocks and sticks at the beginning just to get a damn axe together. Everyone knows the deal. If you've played Ark, you can do this with your eyes shut, but it's still enjoyable because the island's so tiny and you're always looking at these other ones on the horizon and just thinking, I need to get my shit together and get over to those to see what's going down. It is very tempting to explore that water early doors, and one of the incentives to not fall out of that raft at that beginning bit is because there's a damn great hammerhead that will hurt you. Now the health, as you may have noticed, is not anywhere on the HUD other than sort of stamina depletion and leveling. I love the flush HUD, that's really cool, but the game does have all of the same mechanics as any other survival, with your watch acting as the actual stats, numbers, all the important information. back to how tempting it is to go out to sea, I was so impressed with the detail and what they've put in. There's a little turtle out there in the distance, there's more than one species and type of shark, and one of the big pulls of this game is there's a massive tentacle, octopus tentacle on the cover. I cannot wait to get to that kraken. It does have the function to adjust some of the rules when you're opening a map before you start playing it, and the game doesn't allow the second player to drop in on the single player game. You have to make that decision at the start. One of the other things is you cannot save until you've made the shelter. To make the shelter you need to get the hammer done, and of course there is, I would say, about 45 minutes of running around and getting wood and sticks before you can initiate your first save. I like that, and I like the tree climbing mechanic. Let's have a look at day and night cycles, some of the weather, how the sun sets, what it looks like at night time, how important is illumination. All of the aforementioned is in the right place. I've been playing survival games for a good decade. Some of my favourites include Don't Starve, and of course Ark. The Forest is an awesome game, and even stuff like No Man's Sky, which has blatantly become a massive Galaxian survival game. Let's talk about that exposure element, the day and night system, temperatures. Does anything affect you if you're in the sun too long? Do you need to drink a lot? There is some of that, and you cannot be running around out in the exposed sunlight. You will get a warning that you've got a little bit hot, you get out of breath, but there's no like you're freezing when the sun goes down, you have to get near the fire, and there aren't any like zombie skeleton ridden creatures coming out of the bushes as soon as it gets dark. So you can chill and really get your head around everything on that starter island. When talking about having things in the right places, I am referencing the control scheme, the crafting system, and how easy it is to shortkey things and make stuff on the fly and just have a wheel ready, switch out stuff when you need it quickly. It's all there to be used, and it's very intuitive. You kind of don't need a tutorial if you're into the survival genre. The Dead of Night is actually really cool. There was a raft-based survival game that was out a couple of years ago that was online multiplayer that I remember, but I don't think you actually got to any islands. And one of the major directions for this game is to get a raft and get over to other bigger islands, which I've attempted in the single player. Bigger foes and creatures around, stuff like snakes and boars. Let's talk about fire and the fire system, illumination. It is all standard stuff, getting wildlife, whacking it on, cooking, getting your torches, it helping you see everything at night, and just basically being an essential stage to ranking up through the building sections. With this game being quite modern and on PC, you can go to town with some of the effects, and I'm only running this on high with the split screen because I want a smooth frame rate, but you can go crazy to ultra. I'm still impressed with a lot of the ambient mechanics. Very cool stuff to see on a split screen survival game, these nice modern techniques. And one thing is to remember, there's no map, there's no mini map. You can't even see each other's names when you look around, and it was surprising how often we couldn't find each other on an island that is the size of a postage stamp. So having the torches going at night and having little areas around so you can see what you're doing and where you're going is definitely a plus point. There's also some bats around that scare the crap out of you. I suppose there is a little bit of 7 Days to Die with it, making each 24 hours an accomplishment and basically expanding and getting to better areas and having better stuff to craft and have access to. There is some very advanced weaponry, there's a vehicle tree, there's all manner of stuff to fight, the giant creatures and sharks that you're going to encounter when you start island hopping. It is also looking really good and one of the more chill survival games out there. I would so recommend this to who want a sort of soft landing with survival games and have that steady gradient of difficulty and really the time and no pressure to just muck around and get your head around how everything works, because a lot of survival games are very pushy. You've got to get everything done, and they're also very difficult with death coming around all the time. With this, you've just got to go in that sea and it will be certain demise. As you can see, certain weapons aren't applicable to certain breeds of fish or size of enemy, so you need to make things that can actually tackle some of the larger foes that are out there. I was insta-killed by a boar when we went island hopping, like almost straight away. Now I want to talk about the weather dynamics, because I was quite happy with that. Sunny and, you know, night, clear sky, all that, but the storms are amazing. This is a really incredible couch co-op game, and it's also reignited my joy for survival horror or survival games. Ark is really the true king on the split screen level for that genre of game, but it's coming up to what, 8 or 9 years old, but it just has so much more depth than this because of its dino taming and massive world system, and you've got like 18 free DLCs going down at the moment, so that's just something this 6GB is never going to be able to compete with. But the fact that it's on Gamepass, available on PlayStation 4 at retail, but no PlayStation 5 version annoyingly, it's really cool still. You don't often get the chance to play full-on Robinson Crusoe with your mate in amazing split screen with some really cool modern effects and some genuinely good survival game mechanics, so this is a big recommend. Well, this is certainly a pleasant surprise. Young Souls is available on all platforms including Switch, came out in March of this year, and I'm enjoying this on Game Pass, but it is available on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. It's a side-scrolling action role-player beat-em-up, and it sports a very healthy couch co-op mode. In actual fact, it's always in couch co-op. You just push the start button and slide the other controller over to the other character, thus giving them autonomous control. So you do have control of each character in the single player, you just switch them out, but when someone comes on, you can just whack the button, get them on board, no reset, no going back to the main menu, everything is on the fly. It's an incredible system. It's also visually very healthy, running at a peg 60 frames per second on my system, a very friendly art style, really cool reflections in that water, and everything just being colourful, loud, and a complete blast. Got a lot of cutscenes and dialogue, but thank God they've got an amazing VHS fast forward, so you don't have to listen to any of it. Absolutely awesome. The controls are very standard, giving you a dodge roll, which is extremely welcome, and some combination attacks, and a build on a special button. And you've got the normal hack and slash, and get this, it's got a fantastic parry system. Very good warning system from the enemies, they go purple for about 16 seconds, and the slowdown and retort that you can give in that window after delivering a perfect parry is very satisfying. Think Curse of the Dead Gods, it's that a robuster system. As a single player piece of content, totally enjoyable, very much into it for some more reasons that we'll get to in a second. Also wanted to show the revive system, which means you do have to move over to your downed partner and pump a button to get them back up again, and it does the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where it will push you and you have to clear an area. It's quite cool. You take a risk going in and reviving somebody. It also pushes on objects being thrown and enemies being thrown at big groups like you would see in Target Renegade or any old school beat 'em up. It also has on the fly loot drops and pickups, and you will find a cosmetically different looking weapon. This is when I started to pay attention because I was like, oh my god, this is so much more than a beat 'em up. Look at the effects on that. You've got different perks and buffs with attack speed. They're cosmetically looking very different. This same thing goes for all of the army. You've got like 5 slots, head, body, you know, legs. It's a massive RPG in that area. I'm also very impressed with the home hub, NPCs, and that whole mission structure questing system. That also could be one of my favourite transitions with the little moped flying past. I mean, you go into town, there's all different shops and people to visit with side quests and extra content. It's massive. And you have to go through these like strange portals to visit different worlds, like a roguelike setup where you've got to complete one to get to the next, and you see percentages and there's secret drops in them all. It's kind of going to blow your mind if you're expecting a really two-dimensional side-scrolling beat-em-up. Is it 4-player? Unfortunately not. Are the kids going to like it? Yes. because the visual style is extremely appealing. Just like a Pixar film or cartoon or anything that's got two levels of application, the depth on all of the weapons and the development of your character and making them just look more badass is going to draw you as an adult right through this game. In the background here we've got some infantry management, completely autonomous also. You can both get on with your own thing, setting in your flasks, having special slots and putting on new trainers even, but just seeing how cool your guy can look with like a kettle on his head and some iron armor, you feel like you're progressing and changing and evolving as a role-playing character. You don't often see this much depth in a side-scrolling couch co-op, remember, beat 'em up like this. I wanted to show some boss fights. They are quite story driven and very cool, so I don't want to push on too much spoiler territory, and a lot of them will make you use one of your unique mechanics. This one is the parry. It's all about sending back that big fireball that they produce to you. See it a lot, but it's cool that you're exercising all your different moves this early on in the game. You're not going to be looking at your watch once during this whole campaign. This game is kind of an eye-opener with its depth and visuals and flow and two-player integration. I cannot believe I let it go this far from its March release date, and I owe the guys over at We Heart Co-op a big thank you for the heads up on it. The enemies do have their own set of pretty cool moves, and they will come out with shields, and that parry won't always work on some of them. You do start getting bigger, slightly more flashy special powers, which will produce area effect, of course break some of the bigger guard stances of larger enemies. It doesn't hold back on giving you a variety of different enemy type all at once. It kind of loves to do this spawn like 6 when you think the wave's over, which really does keep you on your toes when there's 2 of you. You also get that little bit more money for being flash or getting the perfect parry or maybe killing a bunch of enemies on a throw, so that really pushes you to make sure you milk every level for all of that bonus so that you can start spending it on cool equipment when you get to the shop at the village, or even finding someone amazing that you're rewarded within quests. I'm trying to think of some good comparisons for this game all day, and the best thing I can come up with is this is like Unsighted meets Streets of Rage 4. That's the combination here. You've got that RPG depth and melee weapon and attack, but you've also got that fantastic beat 'em up, almost rigid feeling system, which is very good to rely on and gives you a lot of satisfaction when things go right. This game has been out since 2011, and I have covered it before, but briefly in a 5 more video. It's just got better and better. It hasn't gone away, this game. It's so popular, huge subculture, one of the biggest fan pages and wikis I've ever seen. It's just deep and awesome and really worth another look. I think I'm going to put it under the microscope again because we've had some recent patches. They've just been kind of hot fixes, but we saw a beautiful crossover one with the Don't Starve team. A lot of the assets, characters have been switched out, and you get this really cool crossover. It's totally worth the look. But this video is just going to be a sort of bedrock look at the split screen modes and some of the changes that they've injected over the years. Just very quickly before we start, I get a lot of requests on the channel from people saying, look, I want something to play with the missus or the partner, something that's laid back and deep, but it's not like reaction based and full of gore and crazy guns and zombie heads getting cut off. There's a bit of that in here, but it's on an 8-bit level. But my point is, this is really accessible and very deep and complex. It's kind of like a good book. The more chapters you get in, the deeper and richer it becomes. It's a very good curve, introduces you to its extremely deep crafting system and its exploration elements. Back to my original point, this is the one. This is up there with Don't Starve, Nom Nom Galaxy. Really great, passive, awesome crafting and exploration creative gameplay here. Let's look at what we've got on a surface level. You start on what looks like a flat crust or plane, but you do have hints that there are things underneath that surface. And of course, there are a couple of new modes flung in. One of them is called Journey. There's Classic and Journey, and then there's like a, real life Bear Grylls mode. I haven't looked at that yet. But the Journey mode is really the way forward with this game model because it gives you enough starter items, meaning a melee weapon and a little bit of sort of crafting material. You've got a good bit to go with. And it's kind of mapped out objectives. There are boss fights in this, and they're huge and they're amazing. We're going to get to the control scheme and the fighting in a second, but I just want to touch on that exploration level is so epic. Just on a procedural generation of what you're going to find on that map that you've spawned in, and of course there's loot down there, and a lot of the caves are natural, but you can also just dig your own. Sometimes there's a question mark that you might see and you just straight dig a beeline towards it. It's really incredible on a sort of spelunky front. And now let's get over to the controls, because those were kind of ahead of its time, I think. You've got your jump on a trigger, left trigger, and you've got your attack on right trigger. Games like Neon Abyss and some indie roguelikes have adopted this method because it means that your thumb is kind of free to use those face buttons. And that's really handy as well for a crafting game like this. But it also means that jumping around in combat is actually pretty cool, especially ranged. And of course, when you stick a little sword out on the close quarters, a lot of it's very satisfying. There's a number system. There are deep RPG elements with this. The crafting and building I wanted to cover very briefly because it is a gatherer, a little bit like Ark or any other tree basher. You do have to get your resources, and you are essentially needing to build a home or a shelter because there is a day and night system, and you have increased amounts of baddies coming at you when things get dark. Notice those blue blobs coming over. We're now sealed in, but there's things like doors and furniture and elements to actually make the house out of multi-tiered floors. You've only got to start googling the bases on this game to see how deep that can go. I do also want to talk about its NPC metagame. You'll notice that there's a third character on screen, and on the maps there are people that are there to help you. And the more houses you build and the more complete they are, the higher the chance of an NPC will come into one and you can start interacting with them, and huge things come off the back of that. That's a very clever idea. It's a massive incentive to build a village that everyone's going to come and live in. You might also notice that we've got these little hats that are birds' nests, and there's a little bird that comes out and pecks the enemies for us. Just like any other shooter or R-type, you can get these things to help you or be around you all the time. Think Risk of Rain. They get incredible and you end up being a formidable walking nightmare for a lot of the enemies and bosses. But at the start it's just so cool to see that on this journey mode they've given you a little look at how amazing your character can become. Let's touch on this crafting very quickly and the kind of overarching objective of playing the game, and it's really about getting rare elements, cool gems, metals and stuff that's difficult to find because they'll go towards making cool stuff to craft. It's the same old story. A lot of that material is found in dangerous caves or rewarded to you from killing a big enemy. So you had that incentive to start making metal armor, better swords. I got the bow and arrow going, and feeling that jump to range in early game is really liberating. And of course the other players like, I want to get one of them, and you're like, well, go and get your stuff to make one. You have this area around the anvil or the workbench which increases the amount of crafted items, and it's pound signs in the eyes of anybody who loves a decent crafter, especially a cute 16 8-bit one. Think Ark's Veil. When you get that little bit of armor put on, you make your wooden chest piece and you've got your bird hat on, you're like, yes, I'm ready to go spelunking. It has what I would call a two-tier backwall system. So what I'm talking about is that you have two layers of screen that you're looking at here, and you can fill in a wall that's behind a construction. It's quite weird. You can't really access that back wall with anything else other than putting stuff on it, i.e. it's not like you've got two parallel universes, but it's really cool with construction because you can start putting up things like wallpaper and pictures and making your interiors very personalized. I like the idea. The same level of customization gets pumped into your character himself, with giving you options to dye your armor, and every element built piece of armor, be it metal, wood, stone, all the diamonds, everything shows on that tiny little 8-bit sprite, which I think is genius. They could have easily overlooked that and just had you looking the same the whole game. No, there's great visual improvement on everything you craft and make, even down to little glow sticks that you throw down with the amount of light they create, to where you put your torches. Incredible system. How hard is it? And I heard the word roguelike mentioned earlier, and procedural. Well, the good news is The death is just a respawn. It's pretty awesome, and you will have a respawn point on the map. Strongly suggest you build a structure around it. You have this thing called a mirror, which enables you to go straight to it immediately as well. So you could hook up with the person that died straight away, thus sort of helping manage the disappointment of being flung back out of your base. This is not a permadeath lose-all situation, and the journey mode promotes getting somewhere in the game without having to face too much adversity. And that's really why I've made the video. It may have been 4 or 5 years ago you fired this up and you looked at the classic mode, which starts you with barely anything, and you have to scrabble around just to get an axe together. And things are quite difficult if you're really not up for putting loads of time and sitting on Wikipedia. Now, it's kind of almost like an accessible AA indie game that a lot of people can get into on a split screen level. You don't have to be a crazy crafter to love this game, and I'm going to go back to it and see how many hours I'm going to pump into it again. You hear people talking about thousands, 5,000 hours. I was looking at a YouTuber the other day, crazy amount of content. Nobody Saves the World, a game I've reviewed briefly before, one of my favourite indie releases of this year, and I was heartbroken to see that it wasn't a couch co-op, and all that has changed with an update. Holy local co-op heaven. That was the only thing that was kind of missing, was this is a great ARPG, really hectic, and it just felt like it needed another player. It was always online, but now we've got that local co-op. One thing I want to point out, and when I first fired it up, it was just, oh my god, is the other person attack on? Have they only got access to the base level character? No, you have to go into the single player's roster and then select a character and you then get the chance to switch to it. All of the switching is done on the fly in this game. It's very cool. Think Children of Mortar, but no committed locked character from the start and a roster of 60 plus amazing little characters to play. Because I've never tried the online, I've never seen how cool some of the characters interlock with each other, with range and melee combining, and big tanky characters who can take damage, and short range characters, fast ones, a horse that kicks out the bag, a rat with rabies. There's so much going on to love, and it all works flawlessly on a couch co-op level. It's another thing I want to test. How are the mechanics? Do they change? Are they lopsided? But everything is really awesome, and there's no major performance issues to report either on stuff getting hugely busy. It is an action RPG that's billed as a dungeon crawler with an over-top sort of map that allows you to go to different castles and creep down into all manner of different environments that are inhabited by really cool enemies. It isn't a roguelike, and I like the idea of it having some campaign structure. This is very exciting stuff because it's probably the strongest of the ARPG indie games that have come out this year. Now this couch co-op's been implemented, it's got nothing holding it back. So much depth has been put into these unlockable characters that getting their new moves and finding new ones and just getting your roster bigger is such a pull. It's a really cool idea. Very different from the Guacamelee setup, but that was another thing that made me think this is going to have to be on a local co-op level at some point. I can't believe it's come this soon. I have the co-op company to thank for that announcement. I will put link in descriptions. Back to why I find this game so cool on a couch co-op level is the fact that it's very snappy with its controls. It has an idea of elemental effects and area effects on the different characters that you're playing as. So the range does really work well against someone with melee, and the jumps that you make when you unlock a character's different move can completely change the offset of how the game pans out for you. Diablo 3 did a good job with that, was sort of changing your hotkeys so massively that your entire character has a different move set when it comes to late game. This is all happening with a real-time character swap mechanic, so you can imagine the choices that go through your brain when you're coming up to a boss, or if you both want to flip out to a different or even the same character with just a slightly different build on each. Loads of potential here. Has some pretty meaty end of dungeon bosses as well. Kind of think Archville. It's got that setup with not procedural, but you do have to feel around with the map. You are kind of kept in the dark with that sort of fog of war system going on, and some levels are multi-tiered and you find yourself going proper deep sometimes. Death is actually handled pretty well with a 5-second respawn mechanic. So if both of you are dead at the same time, it's game over, but you can do that swap in, swap out thing where you're like, I'm still alive, I'm still alive. The other person can get in time, the other person can just die, and you can get through hard stuff like that. But it's again, if stuff really does hit the fan and you both go, you're kicked out to the beginning of that dungeon. There are teleport stones to help alleviate that pain, but at the same time I love that sort of danger of getting that setback. So back to the character management and the leveling system. So the other player doesn't really have a profile. It's not like you have to be signed in or anything. It will work on a sterile guest system, and that means that you will be developing player one's characters, which is kind of exactly what Children of Mortar does. And I like that idea that you can get them to play someone that might be a bit weaker that you want to develop, or you have like favorites, but they will just dip into what you've got unlocked and then use them, and that using gives that particular character its own leveling. Is there anything wrong with the couch co-op version of this game? It's a massive no. Absolutely awesome. And I had fears of, you might know Inquisitor Martyr, which is boasts couch co-op, but the other player just basically is a weird tack on that doesn't contribute to any development with player one's XP, and just is, you have to choose from these weird pre-made classes. It's horrible. This is a full-blown proper insertion of couch co-op. Couch co-op. And it kind of is an adventure game through and through now, because it will throw these randomized attacks when you're traversing the map, just maybe going from dungeon to dungeon. It would just be like, look out, and these will scale. The enemy spawns are very different, and so you are dealing with things even in the downtime. You might be making your way back to the village or the traders, and it will all just kick off. It keeps you on your toes in a way that a roguelike almost would. Some scenes, not really the ones that are busy with combat, but maybe something's happening, like you're loading into a different level, or maybe a character dies or something, but you might see some judder on frame. It's barely ever happened to me, and it's probably just some background load, because when everything is very busy, and this game is promoting that, it's basically, if it was on the shelf and you turned it over and look at the screenshots on the back, there would just be monsters all over the screen and the two tiny little characters fighting them in the middle. It wants it to be crazy busy, and I think that starts to do with other things. Could even be my PC having a nightmare. Yes, I did say PC. I do have this on Gamepass. We got it day one, so it was a no-brainer to just download immediately, and that patch kicked in. I don't even think I was notified of it. I would have shouted and screamed about this mode a hell of a lot more, considering how good it is. But the PC thing also means we have those frame rates up in the top corner, and they are pegged 60, 59 on a bad day, and that's why that frame stuff is just a bit baffling. Could just be teething. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, a game I paid 50 quid for about 18 months ago. It's now free on the PlayStation Network, not technically free. It's the base set of free games that you get on the minimal subscription. Obviously there's tiers in this direction. Want to see everything couch co-op and split screen in the PlayStation Plus roster? Link in description, annotation in the corner. Let's crack on. As you can see, I'm absolutely amazing at this game. It goes back to one of my earliest couch co-op memories, and it was one of the best couch co-op games available on the PlayStation 2, possibly 3 as well. It's got the most deep PvP mode. Technically there's a bit of co-op in here if you want there to be, but it's all about head-to-head with your mate on score challenges, going out as famous skaters from the 90s and 2000s, listening to some of the coolest music from that era, and getting to see all of these skate parks completely revamped. Just want to cover the single player campaign mode unlocks skate parks as you play through, but when you go on to local co-op, bang, all there. God, that's important. That could have really stunted this game. It's pick up and play. All the parks are available straight away, and all game modes available. There's also a cool little build your own skater feature, which I like. Adds a bit of personalization to the setup. You don't always want to be playing as Tony Hawk's. And for me, it's revamped, because when I first got this physical, it was only PlayStation 4. We're now looking at an enhanced PlayStation 5 edition of the game. Now, It's 1080, but it is a pegged 60. It kind of looks pretty damn epic. This is what the split screen looks like running on the PlayStation 4 Pro. This is original footage from when I purchased the game last year, physical, and you can see that it's choppy as hell on the frame rates and the distance. The game looks great single player, but it did stagger a bit under the weight when you split that screen. The 5 version is going at 1080 with the screen split, but I think we've got 60 frames. It is kind of a beast when it comes to its performance, and it's got some very deep HDR implementation, which gives the game an even fresher look on that PlayStation 5. Just as a tip, one of the cooler things, getting hit by that bus, one of the coolest things is just the free mode with 2 of you to sort of feel around the maps, because there's so many. You've got access to all of them in 1 and 2. You need to find sort of sweet spots, work out your route before you start going versus on a score attack. That's the crux of this whole game, is scoring against your opponent in a set time. So there's no mucking around. You can't explore. You can't even make a mistake because you're going against somebody who's got a similar idea, and it's brilliant to be watching over the other screen. You can sometimes muck someone's move up. There's a bit of controversy about that. There's certain rules that we laid down, which means you don't smash into somebody while they're producing a game-winning grind. Well, not deliberately anyway. It's just dawned on me that you may have never gone near this series ever. The whole thing might have happened before you got into gaming, and you might be looking at this thinking it's a skateboard game. Nothing is further from what I desire in video gaming, but this is so much more than a skateboard game. It borrows the skateboard aesthetic, but underneath it's a really technical PvP game. It's got more in common with Sunset Overdrive than it has with maybe something like SS Tricky. It's perfect for 2 people, and I would have loved to see a 4-player split on the PlayStation 5. That would be so epic. Back to its appeal, it's got this system where if you keep doing good, you're kind of rewarded and everything starts snowballing, but it can all be thrown away. What I'm talking about is your score is held until you finish off your moves. There's so much risk in being flash and then losing it all, and the other person seeing that as a window of opportunity to start performing and pull ahead. You get constantly told when the other person is ahead of you, which forces you into more dangerous moves, which can then result in you just crashing all the time, getting super angry, grabbing the other player's controller. We've all been there. Its moveset, as you can tell, is all about chaining things up, and you'll see this little balance minigame come in, and that's when you're trying to hold a grind or even do a manual. And what happens at the end of the time of the event, if you're halfway through a move, if you're doing this balancing act, you'll be still in until said move is finished. So the tension when someone's still going, when that clock's finished, and watching them bugger over at the end and lose all the points, gaming doesn't get much better. I wanted to double check for any performance modes in the options. I was thinking maybe we might get a 4K 30 frame per second option that might spill on to the 2-player. Unfortunately, nothing, which I'm a little bit miffed on. We just see a lovely gloss over of frame rate and resolution for the PlayStation 5 version of this game, and it's at no extra cost, which is pretty damn cool. If you've got a base game like I have and the update kicks in, everybody's happy. I made the fatal, near-on unforgivable error of not putting this in my top PvP PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 games. Hand on heart, this would have been in the top 2. This is absolutely stellar for what you're looking for when it comes to nostalgia with the Hawk series, a really cool PvP, and some PlayStation 5 implementation on a split screen that's genuinely noticeable. Think like Borderlands 3, how cool that looked when you first saw it split screen on the 5. This is kind of up there. Other games in this category include Super Override Mech Time, which is a game that also featured heavily on that PvP list, and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is another great PlayStation 5 boosted true split screen game. We're looking at Invisgun. Took me a while. Invisgun Reloaded. This is actually a re-edition. This game's proper old. It was around on Steam I think up to a decade ago. I first saw it on 1UP. That was a website that was around almost before IGN. Crazy stuff. Just looked it up. It's all gone. They used to do really good shows and talk about games that were really off-center and do a lot of couch co-op stuff. And this is totally amazing, really. But what it's giving us for the price, that's why I've done this video, is £1.50 on PSN at the moment, $2 or something. So I think you'll probably snap this up after having a look at some of its really cool ideas, which it's got a ton of. We're looking at the character roster, very interesting art on all of them, and this is the thing about this game. This is like a fighter. They have all got their particular specials that are crazy different. There's like drones, there's disappearing, reappearing, teleporting, jumping is considered a special in this game. The depth on the character abilities, I think, is where this game is shining. So how is it all working? Okay, we're looking at the campaign, which I've done 3% off, and get this, depending on what character you choose, it's a different campaign. It starts off as a tutorial on that character's individual ability. This guy's got like an area blast, so it's teaching me how to reach targets behind blocks, but if you choose someone else, it might be a jump tutorial. So that's super cool that we've got loads of single player content here, as much as you want to have against each character. Now, how are the mechanics working? The game is divided up into tiles. I use the directional buttons. One tap is kind of one tile. Why is that important? It's because if you're not moving, or if you don't bump into something, or if you're not using a special, you don't appear on screen, which is exactly what you want to happen, because you are going against other people who are trying to get close to you or find out where you are so they can fire something at you. So it's genius. If you bump into something, it will turn a particular color, giving away where you are to the opposition or revealing to you where you actually are, because you never know where you really are unless you walk into an element. There's tall grass, puddles of water, things get really interesting on that front. The single player content is way too hard for me. The more intelligent among you will probably love this. The art style I just adore, and all the little specials and symbols, the way everything's animated, and its sound design is genius. It's very dependent on everybody listening for a rustling of leaves or footsteps on a hard surface. It's an indicator of where your opponent could be. All of this footage is with a PSN account that doesn't have paid access, just your standard, normal, non-plus account. So it got a bit arsey with me when I went over to the local co-op section and said, I want to add somebody, especially add somebody with bots. Obviously, this game's strong point is in PvP, and playing against somebody in the same room, it can all be executed perfectly because of this disappearing mechanic. It's just limitless fun. But adding other bots in with you is important. You want to populate the map, and it can be done, but it kept asking me to subscribe to PlayStation Plus all the time with this. I had to navigate around it, restart maps. It was very strange, but we got it going in the end. Having just the two of you in there is super tense, and I've gone for a character that can push a drone out that can reveal where the other person is. It's cat and mouse. It's also extremely stealthy, but you can go balls to wall, just fire all the time, don't worry about hiding up. But it's just so genius when you realize the other person just doesn't have a clue where you are. It's spectacular. Chardon can be delivered. I like its locked screen premise. I think that's such a cool idea, having a playing field that doesn't change, scroll around, zoom in, zoom out. You get what you're given, and it's very cool to work in those parameters. It's also got a Towerfall Ascension like replay mode, which can get a bit annoying. It can be turned off, but of course it's great to enjoy one of your kills countless amounts of times because the other person can't skip it. Okay, now comes the super cool stuff, which is adding in the bots, teaming up with your partner, or just going on a survivor and trying to just kill everyone. When there's 4 people in these little maps, kind of every area could be a potential danger. People are sneaking around, everybody's looking at the water, watching the grass to see if there's any shuffling going on. And when everybody's revealed or a special comes out that just makes you realise someone was standing right behind you the whole time, the panic sets in. This is a super good party game. With 4 people local co-op, the laughs will just come rolling out. And I was thinking as well, couples streaming, that's a really cool idea for this. PvP or some co-op going on. I think it's quite an entertaining game to watch as well once you understand all of its mechanics.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we're gonna win. We're gonna win. Too blessed. We're gonna win. Achieve amazing.
It very much delivers on map and map variety and objects and structures being quite integral to how that game can pan out. This particular map has a really nice bit of untouched snow in the middle where little footsteps appear. You know exactly where to line up your gun, and tiny revealing aspects of the different worlds and planets that you visit make it really worthwhile looking at them all, and it gives you them all as well on that 2-player, 3-player or 4-player local co-op option. The AI can be easily toggled onto easy, medium or hard, and the game does push quite a lot of online gameplay to you. I think that might be why that subscription request keeps kicking in, because it wants you to go online, leaderboards, lobbies, 2 of you can go and take on 2 other people, online free-for-alls. Man, there's some depth there. Talking of depth, some of the levels actually have switches and triggers that stop you getting to your opponent and having to work out a puzzle in itself to try and just get to an area where you can both kill each other. Very cool design this. I would bill this game as maybe the thinking man's Bomberman. That's a quite a close analogy, I feel, because it does have that technical aspect. At the same time, you still need to be quite snappy with your controls, be aware of your surroundings, and use your surroundings against your opponent. Once you start getting into that meta game and start having big tete-a-tetes with characters that you're familiar with, there will need to be a discussion about who chooses who. There are some really good synergies, but there are some characters who are blatantly OP, I feel. I'm not going to spoiler it, but you can get very comfortable with certain movesets, and when it comes to having to change that around, choose someone else, or even someone choosing your character, or even having the same characters going at each other. There's so many variables here. This could be the best £1.50 PvP game you ever buy. Just lastly, I didn't go into as many as I'd like to, but I did test out some of the other modes that aren't Survivor, which is like free-for-all. I did go for like a King of the Hill aspect, which is getting your character within that square in the middle for a set amount of time. Very fun trying to jostle for dominance within the small map. Changing those game modes around too much did start upsetting the apple cart with that PSN access. I've got a lovely one for you today. PlayStation 4, Switch, Gamepass. It's really cool rogue-like deck builder that is actually local co-op and genuinely works. It's a tough thing to do with a deck builder in this style, but wow, what a little gem. Okay, I'm going to try my hardest to get over what we're looking at here. Essentially, you're on a grid system which is split into 2. Enemy grids are red, and you get to move around on these with the directional buttons or the stick. There's no limit to it. You just nip around as quickly or as slowly as you can. This gives you positioning to then use your face buttons on your weapons, which are down there at the bottom, and these are just like cards or spells or anything else you'd see in a deck builder. You have a normal gun on R2, which is minimal damage, but as you play, you start to beef that up, and different characters have different base weapons on that trigger. The enemies, particularly bosses, will come over to your side of the pitch, and some weapons that you have or cards that you have will obliterate certain squares so the enemy can't move on them, and that goes in conjunction with their attacks. Sometimes you'll be cornered because they'll just put elements around you and trap you. Deck builders are normally about pointing and clicking and making timed decisions on certain cards or situations. With this, it's all about an arcadey, snappy, move around, get out the way, use reaction time in conjunction with your cool cards. It's a very slick system. Real-time combat is never a thing in these types of games, so this is totally welcome, and it completely works with 2 people. However, you do share the spell slots, which are there on the bottom left, and they can also be jostled with the left trigger. This is where things get quite complicated. Some spells have a number of uses, and when you exhaust them, new ones slot in, and that depends on how many you've got on the list or how many you've accumulated through your run. Another thing that can make or break a deck builder is how good the card variety is. How wide is the circulation? Do you see new cards enough on each run? And the answer to that with this is, Christ, it's ridiculous. I haven't had a duplicate card, and some of the powers and projectile, like cool lasers, even a shotgun came up, and you can see that our map screen or our route screen is identical to Slay the Spire. Given us a choice, you don't have to go to a boss. There might be some loot instead, or you may need to get your health replenished. Now let's look at that. It's the figure underneath the character, and you can imply shields to get another number on top of that, and the enemies would do the same thing. You know exactly what that is about. If you're into Slay, they have a huge chunk of bar you've got to eat through before you get to actually hurt the beast itself. What is the major pull for a game like this? For me, it's running different characters and using their base weapons and seeing what they're like when they're beefed up, and building the deck, having a look at the unlocks. I've been playing this game for about 7 to 6 hours today, and I've got 48 unlockables still to go when I die and you get those permanent overlays. The look of the game totally put me off the scent. I'm a bit shallow when it comes to game art, and this is branded like proper cutesy. You have to read between the lines with it. Some of the later game characters are male and come with like big artillery and cool suits. I would say this art design and character choice is very accessible, and this is one for the whole family also. It takes a bit of head scratching, it's loud, it's got such cool cards that when you find and see come to fruition in gameplay, you're like, wow, I'm completely hooked. You will also have to keep communication levels up at ridiculously high speeds, because you may need a card that isn't in your slot and you might have to shuffle, and that requires consent to a certain level from the other player, because they might be using a particular card to reach an enemy on a section of map. Some cards will only attack in the back squares and others will be spread, and even the enemies will put something on your side of the pitch like these speakers that completely ruins your day. The player that dies can also be pulled back in. If you complete the bout or get to the next stage, you are then spawned back in. It's pretty cool. It's tense as well, because you're spectating one player trying to finish a level that will potentially bring you back into the game. You said it was a roguelike, Coop. Can you tell us what elements point towards that? Well, massive reroll. I haven't had the same boss twice. Even on level 1, I'm loving that so much. All the loot, all the rewards, all the traders, that map layout, nothing is the same on any run. It is very vast, the amount of variety they've put on that reroll system. It is obviously all over if both of you die, but you do get some cool unlock rewards upon death, which you then get to pump into taking onto a new run. It might be something like a skin or even a new character that's opened, but normally it's some heavy hitting card that is going to be added into the circulation of random finds that you get in game. It's 580 megabyte. And it's been out a whole year and I haven't had it put in front of me yet. This is not good. I would have liked to have had this out in front of you guys on the day of release, and I'm about to put some content out about the PlayStation Network store technically being really anti-split screen and couch co-op. There's no search filters that remotely point in the local co-op, offline co-op, or even split screen genre. The genre tab's terrible. It's easier to make a list of games that have just got ponies in them than it is local, offline co-op, or even PvP. There is, however, a party game tab in that drop down, which does help you crunch that list in. I remember putting a video together where you could search indie and local co-op. It's gone. What possible reason could they have for doing that? Investigation afoot. I also want to talk about the game's ridiculous size to fun ratio. This is happening a lot at the moment with indie games. I'm downloading stuff that's tiny that entertains me more than some of the AAA titles that have been out this year. Now, if you're up to speed with me, you'll know I'm building the biggest couch co-op list of all time, the top 25. And we're up to number 5 is coming out next week, and it's a certain Activision game that's 200 gigabyte in size. I'm having to re-download it again. What the hell are they doing? I know what they're doing. They're shoving all this crap on my machine that I'm never going to use. All that other online multiplayer competitive area, they're pushing on anyway. I guarantee the chunk that I need out of that 200 is not the entirety of the download. Okay, just as a final note, could this game get any better? Yes. PvP local. Oh my god. You can test out characters against each other. You each get a section of that map. You can just go hell for leather with everything. It's blinding. It's very funny. I've never been able to have a deck builder on local co-op with these cool, snappy, real-time controls on a local PvP level before. That's a hell of a sentence. But it feels great. It looks great. It's really funny. You won't find your longevity in this section like you will with the cooperative runs. They're totally awesome. But this can be taken to people that play locally on to competitive online fighting. That is a crazy whole section. I haven't even stepped in yet. I want to hear from you guys if you have got the courage to do that. What an amazing bunch of game modes. I often get comments saying I do sound a little bit like him, but I do have a pair of testicles, unlike young Richard. It's my long-awaited Gran Turismo 7 split-screen review, and I have a few things to say about the split-screen version of this game, and none of them are very good things, and that's why I've put it so late, because this game came out in March, launched with a load of controversy with DRM, and I wanted to hold back to see if they pumped in anything else to the split-screen mode, because I knew, full fact, that it's going to be bare bones, but it's far more bare bones than you could possibly imagine. First thing that crops up is not being able to find it at all on any of the menus, and I've put about 5 hours into this game, got it 3 or 4 days ago, and just sat down with some of the licenses, wanted to have a look at that ray tracing performance, and couldn't see the tab. I had an old mate drive 3 hours over here to test this mode as well, so I was understandably frustrated when we were looking to go into the local co-op content and it was nowhere. You have to put a bunch of hours in to do these stupid menus in the stupid cafe, which I'm kind of annoyed with, even on a single player level. To have a split screen mode like this, locked behind a play wall, alright, if this was a mercenaries mode, which was like award winning and totally amazing and gave you incentive to play through an entire campaign to get through, understandable. But this is the most lackluster split screen mode ever to be rolled out on a AAA game, and Polyphonic had the arrogance to lock it behind a play wall. That's saying something about this developer. It's a bit like someone who's owed you a minuscule amount of money for ages and they say, yep, I'll pay you back. You meet them, they hold the money out, and just as you're about to take it, they whip it away and go, say please. No, you're lucky I didn't chin you when you turned up. One saving grace, and something I was petrified of, was the car selection and how much we had to use when we entered the split screen mode. I thought it was only going to be my garage, which would have been dire. It does actually give you quite a good cross section with some really high-end cars in there, but none of this matters because of what's coming up later. So that selection wealth bleeds out into the tracks also. I was quite pleased with the amount of selection I had in that direction. Because I'm barely through that single player, I thought, oh god, it's only going to give me what I've opened, but there was a bit more. So thank Christ for those 2 plus points. A major minus is this aspect ratio. What are you doing showing us a video game like this on a PlayStation 5 in 2022? Have you not looked at the market? Have you not seen what games are out there? Even an indie game will give you a decent full screen split. It's absolutely embarrassing, and it's the nail in the coffin, I think, for Gran Turismo's split screen local co-op modes going forward. This one has got to be the worst by a square mile. Here is the absolute killer. You might have noticed on the right screen that I've still got my assists on and I've still got my racing line on. Obviously that's all pulled off when I play the game on single player, but this second profile cannot have those variables adjusted. So I really thought about this out the box. I went into the second profile on single player and took off those variables, thinking that it would save saved them on the profile, back into the other player profile, uploaded the second profile to see if there's any change, resets it all. So this is the deal. You are nerfed as player 2 because player 1 can have all their restrictions off. The only way maybe to get around this would be to put player 1's restrictions on. But if you play this game with big assist, there's barely any point touching the pad. The computer does about 90% of the driving for you. So disaster on that front. We had to just grin and bear it and just really laugh at how broken this mode was. Another thing that annoyed me a little is some of this ray tracing and really good water and weather effects, they're not really there when it comes to the 2-player local mode. I thought we would get that because of this disastrous aspect ratio may boost some of the in-game effects, but nope, it's really downgraded. You can get on the inside of this, I'll take the outside, it's all yours mate if you want it. So that treble whammy of BS is just an unmaneuverable chicane to get around. Normally when I do split screen reviews on games and they're not 100%, I try and sort of paint quite a bright picture because there is quite a lot of fun to be had with someone next to you when you play cool games. Destroy All Humans being one example. But the driving thing really hurts because it is some of the best fun you can have with local split screen. And this is one of the biggest AAA franchises that has traditionally always catered for it quite well. When you look at Gamepass and stuff like Moto GP 22, a game that handles 21 other players, AI, all hurtling around with you, increases the immersion 50,000%. How have they not spotted that this is the boringest game mode they've ever offered? In their chief exec lounge, has no one just knocked on the door and said, by the way, every other game that offers this mode has at least 15 cars on track? It's probably just not a squeaky wheel for them. And, you know, I'm not the biggest of YouTubers and I don't often see videos complaining about this mode. This one was particularly difficult because it had been 20 years since me and my mate had sat down with Gran Turismo. So it was really nostalgic and we could benchmark so clearly where this game had started to just walk away from its local co-op, and it was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Its single player could also go towards a whole new video, so keep tuned for that one. So what do we do after we play this? Yeah, of course we do. Dirt 5. And the smiles just rippled over our faces within seconds. I looked over and said, this is better than Gran Turismo 7 already. An agreement was had. So that was my lesson learned this weekend. Don't put all of your eggs in one AAA split screen basket. Certainly not a £60 one either. And probably look into your back catalogue for some really good split screen racing games. There's a whole bunch of indie ones. I'm going to whack some annotations in because there are some crackers out there. Wipeout being one of them also. But this being on Game Pass, and we had it on the PlayStation Network, 4-player, this runs at 4K, split screen, 60 frames per second. It's a stunning piece of kit and it really will warm the cockles of any local co-op split screener. So this is totally reliable delivery service. Been around for a while, a couple of years, 2020, but it recently came onto Game Pass. I am Couch Coop, by the way. This was released on Switch and the PlayStation 4. This is running on the PC. Frame rate's on the top right. It's not a bad looking split screener. I wanted to talk about it because there's quite a few couch co-op games in here. Being Moving Out, one of them with the strange grab mechanic, and Gang Beasts also uses that predominantly, but it's also got this wicked open world, use gadgets, stuff that you'd see in like Human Fall Flat. There's full-blown platforming puzzles in here, and those ragdoll mechanics are actually quite tight. They're really good. Also, the mission is to not damage stuff, and lifting things up above your head is a thing, but we didn't figure that out, and driving the vehicles is really difficult because you've got a Gang Beast style grab a stick. Things derail really quickly, and there's all kinds of stuff to try and ruin your day, like things hurtling around this mini-map, and the packaging taking massive damage if you just like drop it minutely and you're scored on that, and you desperately need money because you've got to go to this wizard and start buying new vehicles to get better packages delivered for bigger rewards. So the loop is cool. What wasn't cool, however, is still experiencing some of the bugs that were around on the PC. This one did result in quite a lot of hilarity because I got stuck inside the trapdoor of the machine that you deliver the actual rewards into, and I was thinking, we'll just put another reward in and I better whip my arm out, but that didn't work. We had to solid restart, but it didn't stop my mate just taking the piss and not bothering rescuing me for quite a while. This is what I like about it, and Plants vs Zombie does this. It's a full-blown game split between two people, so you're very autonomous. You can look at your map, you can set your waypoints, you can even get on with another delivery quest, but you can only have one going at one time so far. So that was a bit annoying. I wanted us to be multitasking and just pulling in those reward points really quickly, but some of the game model is based around you both having to stay in a vehicle and take the package to its destination together. That's actual real-time lag. When new stuff happens, you get that stuff with PC. When it runs a script for the first time, there's a huge delay on things. And there's quite a lot of new stuff happening in this open world map, so just beware of that. What I did love is its day and night system. Very cool, the stars come out, even different wildlife is around when it's nighttime. I was quite taken aback by how much complication there is for a game that's barely 3 GB. Also the sheer size of the map and its variety. When you saw the fire extinguisher skydiving, you could see these little islands in and around, and when you look at the map you realise that there's more than just the mainstay area of the questing system. Exploring around and finding the secrets, unlocking little cool things and working out little gadgets. One thing I want to touch on: no guns, no gore, no violence and no swearing, nothing. Perfect for everybody, and you can delegate. Riding around on the vehicles requires you to actually hold on or grip something if you're going around a corner. Everything can be like going to plan and you'll hit a manhole cover that will blow the car clean into the air. It sometimes would do a full 360 barrel roll and you'll be back on the wheels, but the parcel will be ruined. So that sort of stuff, mate, just thinking about it makes me laugh, let alone getting a family member involved. You also possess like Master Chief like strength, being able to like flip the vehicles, get them back on their wheels really easily. That's one of the things that the game revolves around, is getting cool new vehicles that can take loads of parcels. There's even forklifts. There's some amazing gear in this game. It's all hidden behind having to do quite a lot of menial tasks at the start. So just get them out of the way and then start getting involved with some of the hooliganism that goes on within this map. I very much like the game. I like the idea of having a timed task and being able to make your own ideas about how to complete said tasks with things that are placed within an open world map. It's much more of a brain teaser than something like Overcooked or Moving Out, because you've got all of this gear to use and certain areas look intraversable until you go over a drawbridge or get round the back or use a swing rope. Very cool ideas, and this will last quite a while. Its physics aren't shallow either. Do you remember me talking about the manhole covers? Well, I'm like, look, if we load up, if we're heavy enough, we should be impervious to the blast, and sure enough it works, because you can't see the damn things and they will ruin it. They will throw your vehicle out of the shop. Well held, Coop. Well held. So it's £9 on the PlayStation Store, and there is a sort of bit of DLC, sort of cyberpunk DLC. I haven't looked into that yet. It's on Gamepass, which is kind of the best way to access this as far as I'm concerned, and a Switch version, 4-player, don't forget. Didn't want to try that 4-player split. It wasn't running great at the best of times with 2 players, to be fair, so 4 might make it topple a little bit. I will fire that up and test that, because this game would be so interesting with 4 people in this map. And another thing they might have missed is a versus mode. Imagine the trolling you could get up to if you could ruin someone's delivery, blow up their car, or put bombs inside the packages. The list is endless. They need to get on top of that. A local PvP mode would be absolutely amazing. Is there anything else in this vein you feel you should mention? Humans Fall Flat is definitely one that I'll show you in a second, but of course you've got Moving Out and you've got Overcooked, which have this sort of vibe with those tasks that need to be done at a timed co-op level.
Hi, hello.
Some of my greatest gaming memories, certainly some of my oldest gaming memories are local co-op memories. This game really did smash it 12 years ago, and it was going to go on Couch Co-op Classics, but after playing it over these last couple of weeks and just getting that refresh, it still deserves to be well at the top and compete with any current gen split screen puzzler.
Desert.
Different.
Table. Evening at the Improv. What idiot picked me?
The Aperture Industries, the sort of lore around that, the cake, the voiceover, Stephen Merchant involved in the co-op campaign, so let's break that down. There's quite a few different modes of this game, one of them being online co-op, the second one being split-screen local co-op, then you have like a campaign, which is your own thing, completely offline. So there's two different modes for co-op. Notice the wonderful horizontal and vertical split options. Let's have a very quick look at the single player.
To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1.
It's still looking very good. Don't ask me about those frame rates. There's no VSync, so we're 200 plus for the time being. The bad news comes in the form of this game not being available on the PlayStation 4 full stop. So you can't put your PlayStation 3 disc in your 4 machine, and you can't go on the PlayStation 3 store and download it onto your 4. There's no real Sony representation on that front, unfortunately, on current gen systems. However, there is a Switch version. I picked up this version of Steam for a goddamn £1, and it is available on the Xbox. Some of the ancients among you might remember the orange box. That featured Portal 1, which was actually quite a good game, well worth looking at, and Team Fortress, of course, and those Half-Life episodes. That's a hell of a disc, to be fair, and if you own that physical, keep hold of the damn thing. Just looking at these character models, not too bad. You can see a 720 sort of resolution in there. That's to be forgiven for a split like this. It totally runs at 200 frames a second. What I mean is there is no dip. This is a lovely pegged version of the game. Forgot about that cool hub with all those sort of staggered entries a la Mario 3. You have to open up different doors to get to better levels. Don't go down the slope. It's nothing short of extended suicide in there. Absolute nightmare material. We thought it was like a level 1. That's over on the left hand side, so it was a bit of a baptism of fire.
We need to find the power station at the end of this course.
Why was Portal 2 so popular, and Portal 1 essentially? Well, get this. They were Half-Life mods made in their source engine. And the guy came up with this brilliant idea of making a sort of two-way point with your gun. So you could go in one, come out the other. This opened up the doors to massive puzzles. And the first one sort of experimented with double jumping and various different universes that you fall in and out of. But this one took it to a whole new level, really injecting some amazing intuition and huge puzzle areas, massive factories, a backstory, and the cool, skinny and little squatted characters were very lovable. I think also this is one of the more perfect couples games, giving each player a decision-making process and having some excitement with the turrets and pits of electrical water, but also just working out with each other what the best way is to move forward, and the solutions are spread over two players equally, and you also get the chance to see through the other player's eyes if they wander off and have to do a separate task. You are not wanting for any variety with the puzzle types. They always keep you guessing every time you go through one of those doors. Confession time, for me, I find it so hard. I get so confused with which door's going in where and why that door is blocked and where my other portal is, and the smallest puzzle just stumps me for hours, so I need someone with a brain on board to actually get me through the early levels.
You know, in some human sports, the winner is the one who scores the fewest possible points.
The trolling from Cake Lady's pretty amazing as well, and they are quite area targeted. You'll fall down a big gap, she'll tell you where the switch may or may not have been, and you do something really daft and like easily avoided, and she will mock you. It's very funny, and it pulls you together as teammates because you do not want this woman to win. I do want to say, Gabe, Valve, what the hell are you lot doing? Where is Left 4 Dead 3? I know you've sacked all the team or they've moved on, but why didn't you sequel this? Portal 3 with 4 players split. You could have had a rip-roaring time with current gen. It may still be on the cards. And of course Half-Life 3. I think I'll be dead in the ground by the time that goddamn game comes out. That's alright, Gabe. You work on a VR version of Half-Life Alyx that no one can afford to play, and maybe I'll get to in 2077. This would make a very good VR games, thinking about it now. When I'm playing it, I'm thinking, what's as good as this? And like Human Fall Flat doesn't even come close to the depth of complication on a lot of these puzzles. Then I'm thinking maybe something like The Witness, but that is not two-player split screen. It is the best puzzle-based sci-fi split screen game available on the market, full stop. That's kind of why I've done this video. You might have just completely forgotten about it, and you, like me, completely forgot that you owned it. Firing it up in 2023, even that UI, the intros, the voiceovers, the graphics, the way it runs, the split, everything just says present day. It's totally awesome how this game has not aged at all. Are there any online-only DRM requirements for this game? Absolutely none whatsoever. There are some cosmetics that look to be locked behind having this game online, but I fired it up completely offline, off Steam, no issues, and integrating keyboard and pad. You don't need two pads even. Is definitely the way forward. I think couch co-op on PCs is kind of getting a bit stronger. There is one thing shielded from the local co-opper. You do have a unique campaign, remember, but there's this challenge mode which is only online, and it's like speed runs against each other and you do all manner of muck-ups. It would be so good to have a sort of PvP mode, a race mode even, like Sonic Mania, where you're getting to the end of a puzzle before the other one. You can always see where they're up to. Maybe I'm not looking deep enough.
The electrical switch was down there.
Where is the best place to play this? Well, without being biased, on Steam. I don't know if that was just a good month that I picked it up for £1, but I couldn't believe it. I'm not too sure what it's going to retail at on Xbox. I certainly didn't see it on Gamepass. That's something that Valve really do avoid. So you may have to fork out some money for it, but it needs to be in your local co-op collection. It probably is, to be fair. Talking of old school local co-op games, I'm currently downloading Diablo 3, that Reaper edition, still own it on physical, and I want to hold it up against Diablo 4. I'm hearing some really bad things about the only 2-player local co-op that's available, no 4-player, and it being a bit server iffy. So I want to hold it up directly against 3 and see if they really have made 70 quid's worth of improvement.
At this rate, our best hope is for the fuel cell to melt down in 2 million years, and hope the explosion powers the system.
I have, of course, been Couch Coop. Check out the top 25 and check out Couch Co-op Classics. I will see you all down there.
So you can protect the things that matter most.
Good night.
Just try and get close to that baby. Your funeral. Cave Johnson, we're done here.
As my regulars will well know, I've got the most brokenest PlayStation Network account available. It's locked on a different country, so I can't top it up. I can't do anything with it. Just testing the edge of screen here. I was wondering how that camera pan works. It's really good. It's really healthy. It doesn't come out as much as I'd like it to, but it's great. Going to the edge of screen, getting runoff is not really a thing. That's very good. Back to the PSN thing. I think it used a sort of Overwatch area of the system because it didn't really talk to the network. I was just straight in and straight on, and the same goes for my second profile, which is UK based. So let me just straighten that out. You do not need PlayStation base level essential subscription to play this game, local co-op, and you still get visitors online and people helping you out in events. I was gobsmacked. So no money needs to change hands. You just need a PlayStation registered account. I'm also looking at drop in and drop out here, flawless. You don't have it on the main lobby screen. You start a game and your mate just comes straight in. They're prompted over on the right. Doesn't even take that long to load them in, and they get a character select screen prior to that. So none of this waiting in the lobby, come in, come out. You can be hacking away at a skeleton, bang, your couch co-op mate can just join. Graphically, I'm very impressed. It advertises at 4K and 60 frames per second. I don't think I'm seeing 4K. I think we're seeing some very, very good super sampling and tiling. It also didn't capture at 4K, so I want to hear something in the comments about that, Mick. I reckon you've got a thing or two to say. But 60 frames per second is definitely 100% a thing, and that's smooth and beautiful, and compared to, you know, previous Diablo titles and other ARPGs, it's one of the most luxurious looking games on the system. Animations are absolutely friggin' flawless. The way things die, the way the blood gets splattered, and also the animations on you and your weapon differences with pikes and big double-handed swords. It's very expensive looking. That reminds me, it's 70 quid. Is it worth that as a couch co-op game? Again, I will reveal that at the end.
I'm not ready yet.
The positioning of the inventory screen over on one side there is a freaking godsend. Thank God they have been listening or looking at other modern ARPGs, because Diablo 3 had it take up the entire screen. If you had to stop what you were doing, you probably could even die during that period. But the map is blocked, so if player 2 is looking at their stuff, you can't see where to go. You do get dragged around when you're looking in your inventory, which is really cool. It means that you're not stagnant and you're not hanging around, but it's not the slickest of systems. We are also playing this on veteran difficulty. Diablo's got a reputation for being a bit clicky. What I mean by that is not too much skill is involved. It's about the fruit machine syndrome, lights, ranking up, getting that new pair of boots. You never are like Children of Morta, holy crap, save me, because I'm about to die. This is very different, especially on that veteran mode. You have to keep an eye on L1, you have to keep topping up, and you can get swamped and generally lose yourself in the frack card. And when it goes, it really goes. A major pull also for ARPGs are the hotkeys and special moves, seeing how they come to fruition and what different damage you do by having different slots occupied is so strong on that front. And opening up new stuff, and the skill tree, the way it's like a Final Fantasy X thing, is really accessible, and drilling down and developing something that you like is a very easy thing to do. We went with a sort of tank rogue synergy where one player's got quite a lot of movement and range, and I'm sort of wading in and smashing stuff up close quarters. It worked really well, and I think that's important. Character choice, if they don't have an effect on one another's gameplay, there's no real point. It was really cool to have the rogue jumping around, dashing, delivering damage from afar, and just being quite a lot more badass than me, annoyingly. The revive system is nice and tense, nice and cool. You've got to be near them and you have to take hits and prepare. It's not like a one button for the other player and they just respawn back on screen. So death does have some punishment. That also comes in the form of losing some equipment durability, which is pretty harsh. Now here's some of the cool footage of randoms in our lobby. I love that idea. And you'll be in an event, some high level Jolly Green Giant will just come in and wipe the face of the earth for you, and you get all the loot and they just wander off. That's probably the promised land for a lot of Diablo 4 players.
Hello.
You do eventually get to unlock a horse with the game, and I wanted to test that because that would be interesting if the screen running would occur even more so, but I don't think it's something that would affect combat, and of course it's used to get around big sections of map quicker, a little bit like Darksiders Genesis. What do I think about the game as a Diablo game? Well, against Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, this is absolutely amazing. High production, brand new stuff and moves and characters to play and new levels. The story's not going to grab you as much, but the visuals on the cutscenes are. They're stunning and really take you back. Is it worth £70 as a local co-op game? Well, here's the thing. If you've got a buddy or someone who is into 3 and you can sit down and you can spend a week on this and just smash through it and really enjoy end and mid game, it's so worth that money because it's like enhanced nostalgia almost. Looking at Paradise Arcade, available on Gamepass recently, but on the PlayStation 4 and 5 and Steam, came out in August 2022. Gamepass, unlike PSN, has filters on it that allow you to break things down by shared screen, local multiplayer, and this came up as a local multiplayer game. Now there's more to it than this. It's not all the good news I was looking for. I thought this might be a Capcom arcade clone. It does sport some quite cool music and some retro visuals with the intro. You've got a play on the MTV logo there, it's quite grungy, there's a not so subliminal anti-meat message in here, and I love this transition to in-game engine from that comic strip Aha style cartoon. It is determined also to constantly remind you of its retro aesthetic, even in the user interface and experience. It's really cool using like a green screen iPod thing to do your options with, and the laundrette itself. So this is everything, everywhere, all at once. You're running a laundrette, you're having menial tasks to do like pulling chewing gum off chairs and collecting rubbish. The whole thing's a little bit baffling on intro.
This is your father calling.
Within the laundrette itself, if you go out back, there is an arcade room, and this is the game loop. Essentially, it's to do menial tasks within the laundrette or collect money from your already purchased arcade machines and pump that into a system that allows you to buy new ones. You are given a standard set of arcade machines to be going with, one of which is air hockey. There's also a weird Pac-Man GTA clone and an adventure game which we'll look at in a second. It's the air hockey thing that interested me most because that blatantly has local co-op. You can approach the machines just like any other arcade simulator. If you've got a side quest on or a task, it will plaster the blue badge in front of an integral part of the screen. The Wood Girl game very much reminds me of early Final Fantasy and almost Dr. Mario with its puzzles. It's cool how it switches out, and it is an adventure game with a mini open world map. There's quite a lot in here considering. This is a game called Racer Chaser, and there's quite a lot to unpack here. None of these games are actual legit retro arcade games. They're clones of some. This one is GTA meets Pac-Man with the Bad Boys tune sort of playing in the background. It's quite addictive. Let's get to the early local co-op Jewel in the Crown, which is the tabletop air hockey game, which is essentially a Pong clone, but there's also variants of this. Quite literally hundreds of them, but this one is the first time where you'll be asked to fire up that other pad. So all this footage you've been seeing so far is strictly single player. You go to the machine and it's like, okay, sign in the other person and we can start getting on with this. Now there's only one local co-op so far that I know of in the form of a dance game. There's 35 games on this, so there must be more, and doing the digging is kind of the fun bit. Blending like the maintenance of a laundrette into an arcade unlockable simulator game is quite a good idea. The laundrette thing is not compulsory. Once you get to sort of mid-game, there are other ways of earning big money, and it does get a lot busier and you get new machines. It's cool to go to that PC and have a look at what's coming up and work out if you've got the budgets to buy a new cabinet and collecting all the money from them. Is this an official, what I would call, local co-op game? I don't think it is. It's got sections of local co-op in it if you've got the time to unlock it, but it's not something I would put on a list, but it's certainly something that I would take time to visit on Gamepass because of that low cost and because it's cool to see some of these takes on retro classic arcade games, and the idea of using that incentive to unlock new machines and games to get further in and more indulge your passion for cool retro aesthetic, then this is certainly something that should be looked at. The base level version of Capcom Arcade, i.e. the version that's completely free, only comes with one game. It's 1942, and I think that is a local co-op. But if you're willing to spend the money, that's where to find legitimate, amazing local arcade games, all of which are Capcom and some of which are absolute industry mammoths. It's just quite an expensive way to do it.
Blockage blowouts!
I am quite backlogged on local co-op games in 2023. We've had quite a few come over on the Sony side, so I kind of need to catch up because I've got to put the big video together for 2023. That's normally done in the last quarter, but we haven't had a terrible year on couch co-op. Gamepass could have been a little bit better, if you ask me.
Take them out and place them ready for the customer to collect.
And we're going to be looking at Figment 2, Creed Valley, available on the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and of course the Xbox, currently also residing on Game Pass. Something quite amusing is happening over on Facebook and Instagram with gaming reels at the moment. What a lot of content creators do is they put a clip up, might be like Chivalry 2 or some crazy bit from Ghost Recon that no one ever saw. The creator deliberately doesn't put what the name of the game is, so that poor people have to ask in the comments. The only interaction they get with the content are people asking what game it is, because they're like, oh, how do I, get to know more about this? It's such a low thing for someone in that position to do, and I take it upon myself to pull them all up on it. It's hilarious fun. So what do we have here then? It's a local two-player puzzler which sort of exists on an isometric playing field, and it gives me Death's Door vibes, which is a game that's out on PSN at the moment and very good, to be fair. The colour palette's almost identical, but that's a roguelike. This is a very passive adventure puzzler, and one of the characters has slightly more to do than the other one.
The sprouts are spitty around here.
The hog's plume is corrupting everything. Don't let it hit you, buddy.
Sporting a dodge roll in a melee attack, you will feel very at home with these controls, and getting underneath the smoke and dealing damage on the poisonous ivy things that are popping up everywhere does feel quite satisfying. The game isn't going to throw in at any deep end, and the puzzles work on a switch system, so you'll be looking at different lighting textures to get various corridors or avenues open. There is a bit of fun to be had there. Whoever's controlling the parrot can actually traverse without having to use these lily pads. So the puzzles can be done a lot quicker if you've both got control of individual characters.
The right path is clear. We've got a pig to roast.
The parrot can also attack, so they can deal with enemies on an island that you haven't got to yet, and also they can scout you health. So there's one health bar, that's the main characters. Once that's over, the game's over. So it's kind of player two's job to keep you topped up, a little bit like the Child of Light system, but this is a bit more involved than that because you are directly impacting combat and you're even working out the puzzles ahead of time to make things easier for player one.
Watch where you're going, piglet.
That was close! Why don't nightmares ever want to talk it out?
Is the story and subject matter accessible for the whole family? That's a definite yes. This doesn't tip into nightmare fuel, skeletons and blood or anything. It's completely above the line and works very well as a sort of passive, laid-back puzzler that doesn't require too much arcade reactionary button bashing. But don't let that take away the boss fights, which are musical and do throw in some pretty crazy ideas, one of which is sort of being chased around a lamppost by a giant feral hog. This also got me thinking about a game called Sparklight, which is a roguelike, which has also got a sort of buddy system with someone that helps you with switches and delivers you health, but doesn't have a huge involvement in mainstay gameplay. That's actually well worth a look, and I probably will dig it up at some point.
Ugh, gloom clouds everywhere.
Man, the Black Hog really did fog up.
The voice acting is okay. The parrot, I wouldn't marry up with a voice like that, but it still keeps you awake, so to speak. And also this nightmare sort of dream aesthetic. I like the idea of the pencils getting used. A lot of the architecture is very off the wall and strange looking. It certainly has this otherworldly vibe with its look, and I love the koi carp in the water and really how attractive it is as a smaller indie game. This is not a big size. Is there any real difficulty at all? Well, other than some trial and error, you don't really get faced with much abrasion in this opening front end. You do have to collect health from structures, and you're introduced to more than one set of moves on the combo front in the early parts of the game, which is very welcome. I thought this was just going to be slightly more two-dimensional, but I was impressed. You've got a roll and hit, and you've also got some dodges that are integral to getting past some of the bosses. You're not going to just breeze through this hitting the attack button. Its structure is quite campaign-like. It's not leaning towards any rogue-lite or rogue-like hybrids. This is purely down the middle campaign enjoyment. What about loot and outfits and changing up that weapon? There isn't any major aspects pointing in that direction. There is inventory management, so to speak, with switching out different bulbs on the lamps, and that only increases on complication going forward. Some of these puzzles are real head scratchers, and that's the game's strength, I think. Also, the musical boss fights and their dialogue to a certain extent between the two characters you're playing with and some of the enemies. Everyone's interacted, so if you've got a little one, they're going to be a little bit enthralled by all this. It's quite enchanting on that level, and there's noises and amusement happening quite a lot. And that parrot system being not integral to everyday gameplay, but really boosting things if stuff starts to go wrong, or if you're eager for help, is kind of a perfect entry point for someone who doesn't want to have to muck around with platforming and dodge rolling piles of smoke. But the whole entire time I'm playing this game, my mind is drifting over to wanting to play something else that this very much reminds me of, and it is of course Toe Jam and Earl. And that game existed on a 5 more video, probably in 2018, something crazy like that. I will pull it out and put it under the microscope again, because it's a hell of a good game, very colourful, and also suffering a renaissance as well. It got remade, remastered on the PlayStation 4, so that I think is certainly something to pay attention to. I have of course been Couch Coop, and I am having the worst YouTube year of my career. Help me out, give me a sub, give me a like. I will of course see you all down there for some more Couch Co-op and split screen content.
Oh, ouch!
Two can gaze together and share that wonder.
What a great mantra. I am Couch Coop, and I'm going to be looking at Little Big Planet 3. They gave us too much. You want me? They gave us too much. You having a stroke, Coop? They gave us too much brilliant 2-player, 3-player, 4-player local co-op content with Little Big Planet 3. Any local co-op video game today or even platformer is an absolute joke up against the content that this game offers you, and more importantly, community and user-based content.
So let's build.
User-based content is kind of at the front of my mind at the moment. There's a lot of Starfield reviews out there, and that ship design system gives the user a huge amount of creative freedom, and it's only a matter of time before we see a 120-foot set of intergalactic cock and balls.
News on the Little Big Planet Great Mind Grapevine.
We can't have anything nice. You saw the Tears of the Kingdom memes. But let's focus back on Little Big Planet, why it's so important to me, and what systems it's available on, and what we're looking at here. Essentially, this game's actually running on a PlayStation 4 Pro. I've got my machine round of mates, got some local co-op going, and it ran fantastically well. Sackboy's Big Adventure is currently available on the PlayStation 5, as an SSD official release. Now, that game is a drop in the ocean of what this game offers on a sort of content creation and prefabricated platforming level. This is a brilliant side-scrolling arcade game in its own right on a single-player level, and it's always churning new content and new ideas to you, even now. I couldn't believe it. Those updates are probably from like 6 years ago, but it's cool to get new maps, new news, and play a bit of pinball. The mammoth celebs Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie feature in the voiceovers for this. I was a bit dubious about that. I thought it wasn't Stephen Fry at the start, or I thought that he did the narration for the first 2 games and they got some sort of doppelganger Fry in, but no, all legit. All the first 3 games have got them in them, voicing villains and main characters, and of course that main narration. I do want to show you some of the cool boss fights and set pieces. This game takes its level design and aesthetics really seriously because it's kind of showcasing a lot of the freedom that you get in the level design section, which we'll get to in a second.
I think I will destroy you instead.
There is a story, there is some campaign structure, there is a villain and some funny things that are happening to Sackboy and the characters. If you have a younger one, this is going to pull them in, and there is no violence or any macabre combined with this level design element. It's kind of a big deal. You've got a lot of Roblox user-generated buzzwords happening at the moment, so pulling in the kids and getting them to make something creative and enjoy it with them is certainly the way forward, I think.
He never done no one no harm. He don't know no better.
Some great voice acting, not only from Fry and Laurie. That was a working class British person I think they were trying to imitate there, and with some success. One of the early things that strikes you is how traditional this campaign structure or level design is. A little bit like the early Mario and Nintendo games. You've got a cool open world map, you've got choices, things open up secret routes, you've got levels you can get to if you want to take time to go down a particular direction. We are just coming up to the 4-minute mark. See you later. 68% of you. We're going to look at some local co-op content in 2 ticks. Just want to cover some of this detail on the campaign structure.
Hold down the triangle button to open it up, and from there you can check on your have-dones and yet-to-dos using your left stick.
You've almost got like a pinning-like system to prioritise your little side quests and main quests and discoveries within all of the maps. They come with multiple different directions to go at them in, and you also keep your cool weapons if you replay this from the beginning. That's a really good idea. I'm talking about going back to earlier levels and using a power that you didn't have before. Dare I say it, Metrovania element there.
Oh, how I love the mountain air. It's just so airy.
But it's just this vibrancy and joy and enthusiasm you see and hear within the game structure itself. You're just smiling ear to ear. There's nostalgia in here because you can remember firing this up for the first time, maybe on your PlayStation 4, but also just the fact that we don't see this sort of stuff anymore. The cool little stickers, the idea of pulling up your inventory in real time and switching out your skins and little trinkets. Any of it can be done anywhere, and it was also leaning on that touchpad, giving that almost mouse-like freedom to a lot of the menus.
Come on! I can't feed Matilda and run a kitchen!
Lighting still looks really good. I love the ideas of the sticker system, in-game graffiti. That was sort of phased out. You still see some of it in Overwatch or Apex, sort of leaving your mark on the map, but this was done here first, and done really well with just so many distractions with actually putting your personal touch on an already constructed level. Two super interesting things happened here. We were going into a challenge room and the game actually looked for someone else to pull in. And not only did it look, it got a rando in. I was just gobsmacked that anyone's out there still playing this game online. Also the fact that it was all kind of automatic, and I would have avoided this because I really don't want randos in my footage, but it was quite welcome. It was pretty cool. And we got that brilliant doppelganger level that we saw in a lot of Mario 3D games, where you're dealing with saving more than one sprite character, so to speak. I also want to say this is not an easy game, and you will face challenge. It's not Hollow Knight by any stretch, but don't think this is just some kid-friendly left to right jump a little bit. No. You've got some great gravity and physics and cling physics. The idea of grabbing onto objects and swinging them and using that engine, that beautiful side-scrolling physics that really felt ahead of its time and still look really great and sound awesome. We're just going into the shop here. I know who voices this character. I can't put my finger on it.
Oh, you have the look of a discerning fashionista. I am Zoom Zoom, and this is Zoom Zoom's Fashion Imperium.
I'm pretty sure that's offensive on some level, but you know, 2014, different time, and the currency system. So you're always looking out for reward because you want to get some cool stickers down or you want to change your outfit. We were going for a Red Riding Hood wolf theme here, but there's hundreds of them. And I think that was always the pull to a certain extent. There's a bit of looter in here with finding secret little outfits and attachments or even skins for your characters that make you look like a badass or raise you up above everybody else. That was the rando's 6 seconds of fame there, and you can still keep going if someone drops, so there's quite a lot of tension. If you've all died, the last person's got to get to the checkpoint. A lot of shouting can occur, mostly from my side of the room. What on earth were they thinking, giving us that nutsack big adventure game? Anybody who played that, who was into the Little Big Planet series, knows how short-changed we were. Now, why am I showing you footage? There's some screen tear here. I haven't seen it for a while. Bit of nostalgia for me as a PlayStation 5 owner. But over on the Pro, we got a little bit of dodginess. Now, remember, we've got 9 sprites on screen. So I was pretty impressed how I was handling that. But there was a caveat, and of course you can see it just shafting in here. Nothing really to complain about that much. It's also just dawned on me that this is actually a PlayStation exclusive, and you can still get it on the PSN store, of course. It went through some discount phases, but it's out there and I thoroughly recommend getting a hold of it. I've just seen a physical copy actually on Amazon, which would really be something I would consider going for myself. As you all well know, I am the snail on the razor with my PSN account, my original one, so I don't want to be locked out of that at some point and never be able to play Little Big Planet 3 again.
Hold down on the left stick and press the action button to jump down a step.
That's definitely Hugh Laurie. I think they switch out on narration or depending on what level you're on. And Hugh also voices that villain, I'm pretty sure, as well, which is damn funny. He gets really nasty and cheesy, and monologuing, you'll be having a good laugh at some of the plots and plot holes in the story of this game. It's completely off the hook, and it's really strange how Sony were mammoths back then. I think a lot's changed and things have equaled out a little bit with the two consoles, but this was a bit of a golden age for the guys. They must have had a big budget for this, and when it was released it was kind of like rolled out everywhere, big adverts and colourful images of this beautifully vivid, perfect platform game that also exists on a dual plane, meaning that you can go back and forward into the foreground. This adds a huge amount of complication to some of the puzzles, but more importantly, where the hell all those secrets are. Right, let's get to the juicy stuff. I had absolutely no idea that the creator mode offered local co-op. You're all on screen. You can move both characters around, design little sections yourselves, test it in local co-op. There is so many hours of fun here. Once we got to this, It was like, no thanks campaign, we're going to make our own, we're going to test it. Absolute mountain of user-based content already in here. This is the area to go, especially with your kids. They'll come up with some great ideas and you can test them out and thrash them and watch them get devastated at how easy you found their poorly made level. This is available on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, no Switch unfortunately. It's from Coffee Stain. They gave us Hunt Down, one of the best side-scrolling cyberpunk shoot-em-ups out there, and of course Deep Rock Galactic, which is an extremely strong game, satisfactory. There's loads of good stuff on their list. Just to confirm, this is 4-player local co-op on PC as well as Xbox and PlayStation. Doesn't highlight that in the Gamepass synopsis, and usually PC versions of games like this get the split screen stripped, so amazing stuff. And Coffee Stain, I think, are one of the most self-aware and funnier developers out there at the moment. The humor is top-notch in this.
Safety first, you know, 10 and 2 and all that. Anyway, this is the perfect time to give you all the backstory you need.
The Skyrim style intro, the gormless look of the goats and the way that their tongues are way too long for their actual heads. It's a brilliant franchise. I reviewed the second one about 4 or 5 years ago and it was just as strong as this.
Man, to be honest, I can't believe you haven't skipped yet.
Completely flawless split and absolutely excellent graphics. I really do love the look of the game, and we're going to talk about what it offers you at the start, because the second one was a little bit daunting. You had the whole city to sort of muck around in. This, the map's sort of broken down into chunks. We'll look at the map in a second. It's big enough, but it's the detail, the granular structures, furniture, people, NPCs, vehicles, the stuff that you can interact with is so much richer with this third edition. Also, you can play on keyboard and have a pad as a second controller. So just to confirm that, you don't need 2 controllers on the PC. Someone can be on keyboard and mouse. I reviewed a game called Reliable Delivery Service, I think, and it was kind of in this vein with a split screen. You have an open map, you have jobs, you had to sort of commandeer cars and deliver things. It was okay, but this is like that times like 100 because of the little tasks and accolades that are hidden within the map, and there's a main mission campaign structure. The original Goat simulators were always a little bit loose-ended. You had to sort of look to find structure, but with this it's very much battened down and it feels super good. The production is great. Voices, everyone talking, the explosions. I'm going to show you some mad stuff. We couldn't even get on with the first task. We were so distracted with everything around us. The original Goat Simulator's selling point were these brilliant ragdoll physics, and it was all about the tongue and putting things on your tongue, dragging things around, causing as much damage as possible. You might have had a points meter. I think that Burnout crash mode, it was very good, but it felt a little bit empty. They hadn't really woven in too much main campaign structure or cosmetic options. This has gone crazy. You'll just be so distracted with making your goat look badass. More to the point, you can get on with everything and the second screen's not bothered or hindered. There is no lag. I saw no frame drops. This could be one of the best local co-op games to come out this year. I am not underselling that. So here is some of the map and UI and sort of screens that you have the options to go through when there's some downtime. If you remember, Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Naperville had this really cool thing where they'd sort of give you a map section, give you friendly NPCs to go and visit, you gather quests, you do various tasks, you feel like you're playing an actual structured campaign-based split-screen game, and this very much has that angle. To then sort of combine that angle with this sandbox destruction is complete genius. You can also commandeer vehicles, full on drive them, lawnmowers, tractors, everything. That is like a whole hidden layer in itself and wasn't really something that was exploited in the previous games. There's also a lot of hidden mini-games within this starter map and a lot of PvP content if you want to initiate it. There's a cool King of the Hill mini-game where you're protecting a set of hay bales, and everywhere you look there is just something fun to do. Progression is going to be super difficult if you're into causing all manner of panic on an open world sandbox map like this.
Watch it! I'm seeing things again.
No! Go back! I think I broke something! Help!
There's also weapons and secrets in the form of being blessed by the gods. You can find a secret apple, Zeus is involved, you can have flames, everything revolves around destruction, obviously, and making these NPCs' lives very difficult. Also, you can instigate ragdoll. Back to my original point of the Goat Simulator franchise, the ragdoll thing was always very strong. A goat flying through the air, going limp and sort of tumbling around with that tongue out, sort of gave you hours and hours of amusement, and that is definitely still the case.
Stop that!
Is it kid friendly? Just. There is quite a lot of destruction and violence. There's no blood at all, but the things you can do to this poor farm at the beginning are quite outrageous. It's one of those games that I think if you play with your kids, you're going to be getting jokes that they don't and doing things. Just working away in the background at something extremely dangerous, some sort of trap that you've set up for the NPCs to walk in, and hearing their dialogue as well, and they will attack you, they keep kicking you. And not only do you have the classic goat headbutt, but you also have the tongue, so you can sort of grab them, maybe pull them into the pond, set them on fire. You can see what I mean about the kid thing, and that you can have a whole separate set of fun over in your screen, but at the same time get all the unlocks going, get that campaign going, all that dopamine that comes with a new hat or set of antlers. I'm so jealous with not being able to fire this up 4-player local, and I think that split would work perfectly. They really have got that right with it being a vertical as opposed to horizontal. I was really thinking there's got to be something wrong with this. There's got to be micros in it, or there's got to be something wrong with the resolution or frame rates. We have been playing this for hours and hours, and we are going to keep going because I've got to see the other side of that map, and I want to get all of the cool unlocked. Also having to look away from the footage all the time. This is a bit like Gang Beasts, where it's so distracting to watch whilst you're trying to do commentary, but this one is on a whole new level. Some of the stuff your poor goat can do to people or have done to them is limitless. This is one of the best sandbox destruction goat games on earth. I mean, it's the only one, but my god, what a blessing. And Gamepass as well. It's just such a shame we don't see it on Switch. Maybe that's something to do with Coffee Stain or even the performance of the game.
One way or the other.
Just briefly back to the weapons thing, a little bit like Ratchet and Clank, or a little bit like a game that has an element system. So electricity blends with water, things are combustible. That was given to me as a reward. I got, I think, like a plunger on my forehead from Zeus, which enabled me to be able to spray water at things, which turned the whole map upside down because now everybody could get electrocuted if they went anywhere near what I'd been tampering with. I also mustered up 40 minutes of footage as well, which is a rarity for me. I'm just constantly like, oh my god, we need to grab that bit, or this hilarious thing just happened, or I just stole or blew up this. It was constant, and that's a testament to this game's excellence. And I'm very glad that we've seen a hugely strong return to great open world sandbox split screen gaming. This is right at the front of the queue. It's so recommended by me, and we got it right at the end of the year on the Game Pass price, which is really welcome. On the Sony side, it's retailing at around £25 UK. That is feasible, and I don't feel that you would be ripped off with that cost. This is huge. This game, I'm only showing you basically the opening 2.5 hours. I would recommend getting a lot more of that campaign structure done. It's just that we wanted to test everything and have as much fun as possible within this opener, because there's just so much to explore, and we're easily distracted, and you will be too. You'll be like, I don't want to have to go up to the Goat Tower and get the campaign on. I'm too busy setting these explosions up. Feels really good to talk positively about a up to 4-player local co-op relatively new video game from a studio developer that I really enjoy, and I'll put some links into Hunt Down because that is still getting played by myself even on single player. That is a stellar side-scrolling shooter.
I'm useless, mate.
Yeah, but I won't be able to see that side of the screen. You want to see it? You're going to be in the draft.
A little listen behind the scenes there of how a professional local co-op YouTube channel works. You can tell you're getting old when you start worrying about people sitting in drafts. I am Couch Coop, and we're going to be looking one of the best new local co-op arcade races to come out this year. Previous holder of the crown, Hot Wheels Unleashed in the background here, but we have a new king in town. This is Lego 2K or 2K Lego, released on the PlayStation Network for this month for free with the bog standard subscription. What a joy, and I'm at the party late. I do apologise. You still have a week and a bit to download this.
Speed it up, rookie!
Why am I such a big fan of this, and why did I bring up Hot Wheels Unleashed against games like maybe Sonic Team Racer or Crash Team Racers even? This is sitting on the SSD drive like Hot Wheels, and it runs absolutely beautifully. Unfortunately, only 2-player split screen, but that's not to be sniffed at as these specs and graphics look phenomenal. This has got something very special, which we'll look at in a second, but this is the sort of day-to-day racing. Now, it is PvP technically, it is about the first person going over the line, but it's a shared objective to open up, which is the cool part of this, the map, and it's got a story mode in it, which is the only mode we took time to look at, and there is more than enough to be getting on with, and it's the biomes. This is the starter. The prettiness of these colours, the way the vehicle metamorphosizes depending on what terrain it hits, and all this discoverable stuff, destructible environments. I was so not bad, as I always say, pleasantly surprised. I knew I was going to be in for a sensory piece of overload, but I secretly knew this was going to be blinding, but I really didn't think it was going to be as top-notch and as much fun as we got out of it. It's got an extremely detailed upgrade system and car lock mechanism, but you can also construct vehicles literally from the ground up, block by block, which again, didn't have time for. We wanted to push through this story, see cool new cars, see cool new tracks, more importantly, open new biomes, and that happens frequently. There's desert, there's a gold digging place, there's even mini games, including golf. You're just gobsmacked at how many events are littered around this map. Then you get to the white knuckle racing.
Damage report.
So it's got this quite bold change to the traditional arcade racing control mechanism, giving you a drift on L2, okay, and then a sort of hard brake on square, so you don't really have to worry about any medium or minor braking. It's kind of all or nothing. You swing into all the turns at full speed and you're constantly going for your boost. The nearest thing to it is Crash Bandicoot Racer at top end, and again it does feel a little bit like Sonic Team with that boost bar at the bottom and receiving some amazing weaponry. This didn't even cross my mind that the guns and missiles and innovative weapons were going to be or look this good. Back to that minigame thing, it's not just gimmicky golf and football stuff. You've got an actual zombie apocalypse protecting towers, there's waves, it's like a horde, and you get an EMP, and your job is to keep these things going. Smash through these alien bombermen. We were really amazed. This wasn't just an optional thing on the map, it's also structured into our progression, and doing different races in the biomes to open up the new cars is something that was really pulling us through.
I don't sound like that easily.
I am, and yes, this is how you sound. Or will sound. And if I don't stop you, this is also how you'll look. Robot, move out! I want this clean and by the numbers.
Here's what I want to make very clear, and it's someone does need a PlayStation Network paid account to actually log in to the servers on this game. Obviously you've got one because you've downloaded it free on the network, but I was extremely worried that my UK account was going to run into problems, but everything was okay, and then the next fence was whether or not I could join another profile without having that paid PSN. Really good news, the second player can just whip straight in, progression is saved on that profile. I was very much amazed at that and extremely thankful. That could have gone really wrong, you never know with 2K, but no, everything is just awesome, no pun, and that's why I'm so excited about putting this video out. It's a bit of a rarity for me to get a PlayStation 5 game, get it free on the PlayStation Network, and have that additional player at no fiddly extra cost, easy join, they can leave, obviously not during a race, but in that open world map. This is a really true 10th gen arcade racer, and I'm very pleased with it. let's talk performance. What we get with the split screen is 1080p. It doesn't go anything below that. It's not like you've got two windows at 720, so that's a pretty good deal. In the single player, I think this game runs at 4K at a peg 60 frames per second. Now, it does have some lag, but it isn't too distracting. I've never played such a busy arcade colourful racer in my life. When you're going around corners, and when I was watching the replays, the dissipation on like bushes and fences and anything that's trackside is just amazing. So you can understand how that system is getting chugged when that screen is split. But do look out for it. If you're running it on a 5, I want some feedback on that. It didn't really do us too bad, but the courses we were on may not be huge offenders. Pulling the younger ones into this is going to be such an easy sell also. You've got Fortnite doing the rounds with Lego at the moment, and one look at some of these cool prefabricated cars is definitely going to draw attention. That was the side that I liked. I was really concerned that the upgrade system was going to be bit by bit, and you get a new wheel arch and you have to go to a menu system and put that on and then go back to the game. No, it will reward you a whole built entire car that then you can just slot in one of your 3 amphibious sort of off-road or speed slots. What I didn't check out either is whether the both of us could have taken our profiles online. I'm pretty sure that could have happened, but that would have been where my profile, the second one, would have been blocked without PlayStation Network access. I'm not sure about that. So again, I'd love some feedback on it. There's actually a surprising amount of meta, and getting the perk system, laying that over your vehicles or choosing which direction to go in. A lot of vehicles will have decent stats, and when you build your own one, you start working around how best to make that thing perform or how crazy you want it to look. We've all seen the Tears of the Kingdom meme. So conclusions time. Yeah, this is damn good. This is really accessible as well, not too difficult, innovative control scheme, and such an addictive unlock system with seeing what amazing Lego vehicle you're going to get your hands on next. The progression feels genuine, and the voice acting and characters that are in there are okay. They're going to appeal to all of the family, but more importantly, all of their dialogue is completely skippable.
Whoa, did you see that, champ? This is big news. You earned enough XP to go from a Class C racer to a Class B racer. Starting now.
As mentioned before, it now goes top on the list with Sonic Team Racers and Crash Bandicoot, and even Hot Wheels Unleashed sitting underneath it. We haven't spoken about the 4-player or lack of, and those aforementioned games do all feature it. So I will be putting links into those on the annotations and in the description. I will be working on videos right up until Christmas Day. I've got a few more local co-op ones coming, so please keep your eyes peeled for those. And make sure you enjoy Lego 2K, 2K Lego Racers with people you're friends with or family, and enjoy the festive break. I'll see you down there. I am Couch Scoop, by the way.
I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time.
And this was released in 2021, early access, over on the PC side. It's recently been put over to just about all platforms. I say recently, maybe at the start of this year. But my point being, it pulled a bit of a Nobody Saves the World and added up to 4-player local co-op content, which is excellent. And the game's dynamics really do cater for it anyway, and I was quite surprised they didn't roll it out the gate to begin with. But it's here and it's amazing, and I also am deeply passionate about this game as a roguelike shoot 'em up. It's actually quite unique, and its controls are some of the more simple out there on the market. You are literally using one stick. Now this frees up the other hand to drink coffee, discipline the kids. Pretty cool how much you can get away with whilst playing this game. Upon viewing this as someone who hasn't played it, it kind of looks like one of the more mundane sort of twin sticks. Now, it's not even a twin stick because technically you don't control the direction you're firing or the frequency at which you fire. It's all about picking up these blue gems a la Zelda, which the enemies drop. You do get red and green, but blue's kind of the more frequent, and they go towards this blue bar at the top. Once it's reached its maximum, you were then asked to choose a perk, power, or item, which it alternates. I was pretty keen to see how that worked. So one blue bar at the top, all blue gems go into the one bar, and then you get the chance to choose your perk on an alternate system, which is excellent because you get to involve everybody in the choice. The combination of different perks, full garlic, someone going full projectile, is amazing. And this has got that Risk of Rain massive back catalogue of perks and buffs and items that are mind-blowing. I think there's over 157 of them. If you've played any COD zombie game, or zombie game full stop rather, you'll be aware of sort of the herding idea. Smaller, shambling enemies that just sort of get in line, then you have to deal with them en masse, and that is really the whole idea of this game. You'll see exits that are closing, you'll realise you're getting forced into a bottleneck, and the world map itself, or level map rather, is colossal. You've got little items knocking about, you get arrows sending you to certain places, and you also get some sort of mid-tier, quite scary, larger enemies to deal with. What about roll and avoid, L1 for guard? There is none of that. And that goes through your brain after about 10 to 15 minutes of playing this, that you are just twiddling one stick around to avoid these enemies. But you get forced into corners, you have to make critical decisions on what to buff or what sort of lane to go down when it comes to build, and you will never have the same game twice. And the ideas with a lot of the base level characters that you unlock, they all have their own starter stats, so you can really start using your brain and coming up with some craziness. Googling this game, you'll see how many enemies can actually feature on screen at one time. It will throw a few curveballs at you though, in the form of flocks of bats that make a beeline right across the screen. And also there's a few subtle nods to other games, both retro and technically in this genre. You've got the turkeys that look like they're straight out of Gauntlet, and of course Simon Belmont, I'm pretty convinced, is one of those starter characters. I wanted to talk about how the screen works and death and sort of revival mechanics. If one of your players goes down, you have to sort of stay in the screen. It will lock on this coffin. So you've got a bit of a problem. You're now locked in an arena and you have to make sure that you've given enough time for your buddy to be revived. They don't attack the coffin, but it can result in some really hilarious urgent situations where you're just scurrying around a coffin waiting for a timer to tick over. Some of my veteran viewers or subscribers may remember a game called Next Up Hero and that weird Argis. I think some of the LEGO games have it also, but it's the dynamic split. This game could have done really well with just having that come in if you drift away from each other. The idea of the rectangle zooming in and out is actually okay, and you don't really feel too hemmed in. I was very surprised to see this feel quite natural. I didn't get to try it with 4 players, and I can imagine when that death mechanic kicks off, things could get very hectic with someone down and 3 other people locked in that arena. Because of all this excitement wrapped around its local co-op content, I didn't really express how healthy it is as an actual roguelike and as a single player game, and it was even spoken about myself mid-year. It's absolutely stunning. It's so addictive. I've burnt dinners and overrun baths because of this game. It's got an extremely rigid economy also, giving you a coin system and being able to sort of upgrade drops that are going to appear in your runs, and there's so many decisions to make when you start spending that money. Also, what character you choose. If there's 2 of you, there is massive complementary builds, and it's a really good idea to have a plan before you go into a mission. And talking of missions, if you've just seen my Scourgebringer review, this game has a level choice. It's really cool. You can go to the top tier level that you've got to immediately, and that also breeds a lot of longevity and a lack of frustration with having to go right through that initial first level all the time. Is it kid friendly? It actually is, yeah. There's nothing too macabre in it. Whether or not they'll migrate to this roguelike system and, you know, the replayability, getting the builds and realizing that this game is about opening stuff up and accessing those top tier levels. Having like an hour and a half run is not unusual. You'll be lost in it. You won't realize how much time you've sunk into trying to get a decent top score, or even trying to get to some of these end-of-level bosses which do exist. See how that camera autonomously zooms out there when more sort of enemy sprites appear on screen? That's quite a cool thing, and the more detail the better, I think. It also runs perfectly. We've got 1080 and 60 frames, not really a big chugger on systems, so having this on Switch is just an easy no-brainer. And briefly, something to watch out for over on PC is it doesn't register mouse and keyboard or keyboard as a controller to be used for one of the players. That might be a glitch from my side. I'd love some test on that. That would be a bit strange if that is the case. We've just been playing Spiderheck, some Christmas update. Spiderheck. And we're going to be looking at Awesomenauts Assemble. Dutch studio, came out in 2012, can you believe, then sort of made, given the Assemble title, then rolled out in 2017 on the PlayStation 4, both physical and digital. It's featured on no less than 4 lists on my channel, and I feel it's always sort of fallen through the cracks. It's never had its own video, and I want to express the effort and work that has gone into this amazing side-scrolling MOBA. If you're a fan of the channel or know of my older videos, I went quite deep on Battleborn taking its content away from us, basically disappearing, and no refunds. This is an identical game model, and I want to talk about how clever it is with its character differential and upgrade system. It's got 20 different unlockable characters in it, and this game was supported up until 2019. Now it does work on a local co-op level. Playing this game offline means you add bots. Essentially it's 3-on-3, and this game includes 3-player local co-op, which I'll show you a bit of later. I just want to talk you through what's going on here, because the Battleborn similarities are quite big. Essentially, you choose a character at the start of the game. This is actually locked. Now, there's 2 types of leveling. There's in-game leveling, which gives you more access to power-ups within the shop, which we'll get to. And then there's out-of-game leveling within the character openings and level openings themselves. There's quite a lot to unlock here, and that is a major part of the pull for me, is seeing what character I'm going to get access to, or even what map I'm going to be able to muck about in. You can see your set of hotkeys running across the bottom of the screen there, so it's almost got an ARPG cooldown system. Now if we do the maths on the amount of characters and the amount of hotkey moves or perks and specials against each character, you lose count. It is massive, and they can all be upgraded individually. You can go down strange build lines with particular characters. It's absolutely crazy the depth they've offered on this development front. That is not a sweeping statement. I've played AAA games where the main character has less intricacies on their development than a single character in this 20+ roster. Alright, let's explain the ins and outs of this map and how the turret system works. Most MOBA players will know exactly what we're looking at here, but essentially it's a left to right. We have to take out installations, and then finally we'll get access to take on the base, and it will be end of game. I looked into the variables. You can set time limits. More importantly, because this game doesn't have PvP local, does have it online, you're going to get most of your joy out of the PvE. The good news is, the difficulty on the bots has 6 echelons, and I'm on 2, and we can barely keep it together. So there is a lot of replayability, and the AI is incredible. The bots will go ham on you and use all of the cool characters and all of their abilities. Coming back to that no local PvP, this game kind of markets itself as a sort of online MOBA where you can just pull in local co-op, but obviously that community is probably a bit diluted now. The best places to use the AI and use that PvE mode But more importantly, every single game that you play, be it one you've lost or be it one that you're just playing against really easy bots with, puts into XP for you to open up new characters. So at the end of every single match, you've got all this cool stuff to look forward to, and finding that favorite character, getting to utilize all their moves well, or even get some synergies going with your mate. There is loads of that, and I haven't even mentioned that each character has got like voice acting and one-liners. It's also got a sort of audio trigger with a lot of the hotkeys so that you know what's been done or what the enemy's doing because they shout at the top of their voice about it. The art on all of the characters is just amazing, and the distance between their specials and how they alter the battlefield. There are technically healers, there is tank characters. It's so amazing to train up with maybe 2 new people against some easier bots and then take that to a big match. It's too much depth for a game that is £8 and came out in 2017. Mate, we are nearly at the 5-minute mark. You've only just got the split screen going. I wanted to just position how amazing this game is on a ground level before even talking about the nuances of having 2 people on screen. The personality within the maps themselves is something I want to talk about. You can wander off and go and get your health back. It does not replenish unless you've got a healer character on pitch. There's all kinds of little nasty things looking to kill you that aren't the enemy team, and you can find little secrets, get loads of money and currency, and they're the white and gold blocks you're seeing that are dropped by downed enemies but also randomly lying around. So you could take the angle of getting beefed up, heading back to the shop, which can be done on teleport, and really buying some cool gear to then take to the fight. You've also got alternate routes to all of the turrets and a wraparound vertical section to some of the maps, so you can fall right through the ceiling and then come through the base of the game. It's so amazing just on its platforming and double jumping, using the lifts and working out the intricacies of all these amazing looking maps. And as an incentive to open up new ones, it's really strong because it will change up that gameplay model. So a little bit like Overwatch or any other MOBA game, you really don't want to die, and if you start getting low on health you have to retreat, and then pursuits occur, the AI won't let you go, you end up on white knuckle chases trying to get back to the shop or trying to instigate your teleport before you're killed by one of these evil robots. Again, like any other MOBA, knowing your opponent or knowing who's fighting you's abilities is a real advantage, so it's important that you sort of look into who you've got in that arena to fight against, because that vastly changes things up. And remember, things are locked, so once the opponent's committed on who they're fighting with, you have to work out the weaknesses and strengths of that selection. Talking of weaknesses and strengths, look at the amount of selections you have available to you in the shop. I think it's 5 different perks, all with like 7 echelons of level up. So the more you kill, the more you have access to, the more money you can take back to base and invest in your character. And this is all in real time. This is not something you're doing out of game and then prepare for when you come back in. Everything happens dependent on how much damage you do or how much money you've earned within this battle arena. If you're fighting a tough group of AI bots, the communication needs to be almost constant. That goes with making purchases, working out where the other player is, meeting up on a certain sector of the map, or pushing on one of those turrets. That brings me over to the AI on your side. Your base will always pump out these little NPC bots, and they're like bullet sponges, and they'll wander up to the enemy turret and you've got to back them up, get behind them, because they'll take the majority of fire from you and also do a little bit of damage. You're kind of clearing the way. Battleborn had this as an idea and it was great. I love protecting AI and it doing the dirty work for you, but also acting as a support role or taking out the enemy team's AI bots and bringing them down a peg or two. This is the 3-player, and notice the 4th screen has the map on it. That map always needs to be there. They could have shrunk it, put it in the middle and made this 4-player, and here comes the biggest heartbreaker with the game, and I want your feedback on this because I may not be looking hard enough, but I cannot find local PvP. Just imagine how good a versus would be on this setup. You've got your team AI bots and you can go 6 on 6 but you are against each other. Maybe it's a dangerous thing because you can see the map on the other player. There must be a reason it's not there. Can everyone double check this is not a game mode? I've obviously reviewed well over 200 local co-op games on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, and I might do this again with certain games I feel haven't had the attention they deserved and got buried on larger lists. I will also put a link to the Battleborn video I made about that disaster, and apparently that is still over on PC modded and running on some third-party servers.
The odds just kept getting longer.
I don't think that's a direct reference to how long this sequel took, and I'm not missing Vin Diesel at all. I am CouchCoop. This is my Ark Ascended review on a local co-op level for the PlayStation 5. I take great pleasure in this. It's not often we get mammoth games like the Ark series, which is essentially a huge survival game based in prehistoric Jurassic, Station Nation, you name it, hellspawn giant insects, huge snakes that are out of the paleological canon. No one cares. It's awesome. I did have a little palpitation on logging in, but we are looking at some incredible split screen action with this. Some good, some bad, all's coming up. Do I have any experience with Ark Survival Evolved, this game's predecessor? About 755 hours, and I bought all of the DLC, including the new maps and that new Genesis material. Now I know the developers have been up to a little bit of arseholery lately. They tried to monetize servers, I think, which was pushed away by the community. Everything's been settled on that front. Let's look at this Unreal Engine 5. Other than Lords of the Fallen, this is my sort of first experience with it, and I'm going to say it, holy fuck. It is screen tearing a lot for a PlayStation 5 game. That's the first thing you'll notice. So I'm straight in the options. It's got to be on a quality mode by accident. There must be a performance flip. There's nothing. There was on the original Ark. This feels like it needs some VSync. But other than that, the frames are keeping up to speed. That doesn't dip. It's just that the screen tear itself is pretty noticeable. I'm surprised there wasn't a patch. This has been out longer than a month, so I think we'll see some more performance material come through. Here we go. Now, looking into the split screen, I was thinking there might be an options menu prompt. It also allows you to go offline single player in your own sort of map. You do have a dedicated server option. The best way with this game is to play it with friends on a paid server, so you don't have randos RPG in your dino farm. This is a real-time join, so I'm playing on the Kez account, which has got paid PSN base level access, and then I'm joining my Dubai defunct account to double check it doesn't push back sort of non-paid PlayStation Network accounts. The good news is straight in. Also, no real disturbance on that top screen. Getting the character chosen, everything is really smooth and easy. Ark 1's got the weirdest entry animation that if you're on the other screen at the time, just slows everything down. Very quick, very slick. A massive improvement on the other Ark intro. I'm also spawned in on a section of water that's between me and my mate. That water is just as populated with piranhas as the previous game. That in itself became quite amusing. Here's the really amazing news. That visual engine does not seem to be downgraded at all when the second player joins. The shadows and the reflections and the detail on all of the surfaces, everything is still there. On the first one, it dipped to like 720p and took your frame rates down to about 30, so it barely coped. This is even on the PlayStation 5. This is incredible, but your screen tearing situation does get even worse, but it's bearable. It's just jarring for someone like me who's constantly looking out for it because I'm a bloody video game reviewer. I'm playing Remnant from the Ashes 2 over on my mid-range PC, and that's dropping frames as opposed to screen tearing, and that is almost unplayable in sections because you need that frame-to-frame recognition because the game is so hectic that you cannot have the dips in, it will just get killed. So you've got that on your side, that this is pretty pegged. For the 700 of you that got to see the Tomb Raider video, I speak quite graphically about my disappointment with the jump in engine from 4 to 5. But I'm kind of willing to step back on those words a bit after seeing how much they've kept in with the graphical fidelity front and this split screen mode. It's truly two games running alongside each other. And here's the other thing, I didn't see, and I did look for a horizontal and vertical split options within that UI. It is just the horizontal at the moment. So two things I think are going to happen. We're going to see a performance patch come in and this tearing's going to be eliminated, and we're probably going to see a vertical option. If you look at a game like Borderlands 3 on the PlayStation 5 and how well that performs with 4 and 2 split screens, you'll realize how much of a dip graphically this game is taking. However, this is running in a massive open world. There are no load screens in and around the island. It's unbelievable how big this place is, and all these effects, all these reflections, all this moving foliage, I think is really taking its toll on the machine, which is probably a good thing. It's about time a video game managed that, but I still want to see more, and I know it can get better. I'm testing the menu system here. The game requires you to go in and out of your inventory almost constantly. Look at the tail on the crocodile, it goes up and down when the other player goes into their menu. That's a strange one. Probably one of the first YouTubers to notice that. I will take that like and subscription. What is it about Ark that's so attractive to me? Ark is like the Pokemon of the Killer Jurassic world, and you basically befriend or tame or imprison some seriously scary dinosaurs to work on your side. Now the second tier is PvP, and just like Rust or anything, DayZ, something that's huge and still going on a day-to-day basis, that's got huge online community. Can you take your friend as a guest online with you with a competitive PvP match? That's yet to be fathomed by my good self. You can go into a private or dedicated server, but I don't think you can piggyback off one PSN account to get involved with that online PvP. Comments on that, please. Just briefly back to that in and out of menu test, there is no lag or frame drops or screen freeze on the other player's screen whilst you're crafting, handling your inventory, eating food, anything like that. It's impeccable on that front, and I couldn't say that about Borderlands 3 on launch. This game has made me extremely happy, however, and if you've got a flatmate, a brother, a partner, you're looking at weeks and weeks of amazing knuckle-biting, nail-whitening experiences. The way I would play it is to have two maps, and each player helps the other one in various sessions on constructing and taming. I haven't even tested this game if you both have flyers, or even if one person has a flying dino. I can imagine that engine will get choked hugely if both people are flying around the screen at the same time. I've also tested the tethering range. You can see that we get to the maximum here, just over there by the fire. I would say that's about 200, 300 meters, not any bigger or smaller than the previous games. You can also invite a guest, a bit like Animal Crossing, into your own private server. They can have a look at all of the stuff you've done. That can all be done online, and there's a lot of pride there. There's huge time to be wasted in Ark Ascension, and I may well do an offline single player review of it because I'm only about 10 to 15 hours in. Wanted to get the split screen test done as soon as possible, but there's a lot of meat left to be eaten. Just lastly, wanted to test leaving a game, i.e. you don't have to go back to the menus, both of you don't have to stop, you quite literally sign out and the screen switches to full, everything is back to normal, and that goes for joining. That's really important. I think the whole sort of person arrives in room, sits down, fires up the pad and doesn't disturb you, but still has as much fun as you are in minutes with the game that you're playing currently. That's a very handy thing. The same goes for when they piss off and stop helping you. Now, I have been couch queued. This game retails at £40 British, which isn't too bad. It's not a 70 quidder, and we're going to see huge improvement on it. I will keep such a close eye on those patches. I will see you down there.